G'day gamers, Ranger Tony here, back with more Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Sorry the game hasn't already started, I accidentally clicked the wrong application. And so it wasn't starting up as soon as expected. Right, when we last left off, we had finished what I assume is Chapter 1, of the game. We are now at some sort of army camp somewhere. I feel the first thing I want to do is have a quick review of all my characters. I know we leveled them all up at the end of the last episode, but I want to check and just make sure that we've got all the right weapons and everything, and then we'll have a look at the quests here. We've still got a lot of... There's a ridiculous amount of stuff here. Yeah, we've got a ridiculous amount of stuff to sell, don't we? Look at all that. So, we've got to assume... I'm very much hoping that the camp has a... what am I thinking the word? A quartermaster. That's the word I'm looking for. Quartermaster. We might as well talk to Irabeth first. We do need to talk to her, although the game is not letting us do that. Oh, she's following me now. Right. This is the supply train. This is our quartermaster, William. Okay, well, I need to talk to you. What do the soldiers think of their new commander? They mostly tell tales about your unusual power, but they don't shy away from talking about you as a person too. Soldiers are always like that. If Iemade herself descended with heaven, you'd bet they'd jabber on about how she grips her sword and how good she looks in her armor. Word is, you're as good a swordsman as you are a spellcaster. Well, of course, I'm a Magus. There was even a heated debate as to whether you wield your weapon with your left hand and cast spells with your right, or the other way around. Vote came down on the side of sword in right, spells in left, but I bet they can't wait for a chance to see you in action. Okay. Double jeopardy, painful remorse, flowing scales. Lots of +1 daggers and stuff. We'll have a look at what he's got. Well, actually, no, let's have a look at what he's got first, because it won't be tainted with what we sell him. Heavy maces, short spears, darts, heavy crossbows, quarterstaffs, spears, tridents, hand axes, kukris, hammers, ad nauseam. We actually don't have an enchanted dueling sword, do we? In fact, most of us don't actually have enchanted weapons. Although that rapier is enchanted, and I really should have been using that, but because I have better stats with that, we're going to sell that. So we might actually go through to everybody and make sure they have good weapons. Like that composite longbow. No, I was going to say that's probably good for Lan, but it's not really, because Lan's already got a better bow than that. Blade of Order. Okay. I don't really want anything that's named, though. I just want... No dueling swords. I just want a +1 dueling sword. Is that too much to ask? Looks like it is. Does he have any dueling swords? He does not. Nimble Edge and S-Stock. $36,000, but that is a damn good weapon. You could do... with the heavy crossbow +1, and we'll get rid of that. I'm not getting sound. Damn it, I knew something didn't sound right. That is correct there. Let me just... much better. We have sound. Sorry about that. Okay, so you've done that. You have already got that enchanted Bardich Decimator, so you don't need an enchanted weapon. You've got an enchanted bow. You've already got your sword. You don't have an enchanted weapon at the moment either, really. That is actually quite pathetic. I don't think there were any just straight enchanted longswords here either, were they? There was lots of weird weapons, but nothing just straightforward longsword. Oh, yes, there is. We might grab that, because technically that's going to be a better weapon than what she's got. Until we can fix up Radiant and get it better, that's going to be a better weapon for her. Okay, so... there was nothing else I can see here that I'm really excited about. What have we got in the way of armor then? Painful Remorse. Yeah, I don't... she doesn't have Shield Bash, and I should take over her... her build. And actually build it the way I want, rather than getting the default. But she doesn't... like, if I can get, like a heavy shield +1, sure. And I suppose I can do that. It's not that expensive. Now, she's wearing full plate. I can buy another full plate. I don't want to splurge on full plate +1 just yet, although maybe I should. Maybe I should just buy 2 lots of full plate, because Harem can use it as well. Yeah, we'll do that. And then, what have you got? You've already got a breastplate +1. You can't wear armor. You're wearing the light armor studded. And I'm wearing the mithril chain. So I think we're good there, unless they've got some special armor here. There is another mithril chain that's really expensive, though. Yeah, no, I don't want to splurge on that for Ekin. Adamantine full plate +1. What is the adamantine doing? Nothing, really. Oh, no, adamantine adds damage reduction. That's right. Okay. Does mithril add damage reduction as well? No, but spell failure chances are decreased by 10%, and the maximum dexterity bonus is increased by 2. Armor check penalties are decreased by 3. Well, that's really nice. I'm glad I've got mithril armor. Rock of Nature? No, that's too expensive. What else you got? Gloves of Dueling? Braces of Rough Landing. +2 competency bonus to AC attack and damage rolls against flying enemies. Amulet of Jousting. Alright. No more in the shared stash. Let's just do that and get rid of most of this stuff. We know we don't really want any of this. I've already looked at it all. I'm going to keep that barding, though. I'm not sure about that. I might keep that. Holy water, I don't want. Blur. I'm not using those mage armors, so I should just get rid of them. Oh, I should have kept that. I should keep that remove sickness, to be honest. A little bit easier to use. What was that one? Remove paralysis, shield of faith. We're keeping those. I'm not using the blesses. I've already got someone who can do that. Don't want blindness. Cause fear. No, thank you. Don't need that. Don't need that. We'll keep those, even though I'm not really using them. That. That can go. Ear-piercing scream can go. I'm going to get rid of those. I'm not using them. Protection from evil. Protection from good. Okay. Remove disease, remove fear, remove paralysis, remove sickness. Restoration, scorching ray. Shield of faith. Sell that, keeping those. Keeping all of that. I need to keep those and give them to what's his face. That as well. That's not a coffee cup. I don't know what's going on there. Is that Elven Notes? Erebeth's letter. Jade. Largely destroyed letter. That. Porcelain plate. Is that prayer scroll? That one is worth keeping. That's worth keeping. Unfinished letter and yellowed letter. Yeah, keep all of that. Right. Deal. Let's make sure everybody is set up correctly. So you now have that bow. You now have that armor. Oh, I've still got armor to sell now. So hang on. 20, 20, 10, 22, 21, 11. Great. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Or something similar anyway. You're good. You're all good, although any sort of... I should have bought you a heavy shield +1, actually. So I need to buy another heavy shield +1. What I'm going to do here is move that sword to there, put that there. I'm actually going to move that shield down to there, and we'll get her another shield. And then she did have almost that. But that, yeah, that's good. So we're going to sell that, get another enchanted shield for her. Did he have any armor? Well, first of all, let's get get rid of that and that. And then I want another heavy shield +1, don't I? Any more ammunition? I really would have liked ammunition, but I don't recall seeing any. Stuff I've sold. Yeah. No ammunition there. Unless it's in one of these other areas, which I don't recall it being in, but we'll double check and triple check and all the rest. Yeah, no, we're all good. So let's final check. You're all good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. And now you are good. Wonderful. Okay, what's over this way? Grandma Gretland, the director. Oh, that's right, those guys. Good afternoon, your commanderness. Do you remember us? We're the crew from the next door theatre company, the ones you saved in Canabras back when you weren't our commanderness yet. As you can see, we've come on the campaign with you. We've signed up to clean pots and mend the soldiers' clothes. Keeping up a theatre is expensive, so we all have to take side jobs, but we don't stop what we're doing. We're going to put on a play about your legendary feats. Of course, the crowd scenes are difficult. We can't find the people to play the hordes of demons, and we've decided against using a ritual to summon real demons. Luckily, we have Master Kemp. He's invented a way to solve the problem using sound. We caught a pig and some piglets who ran away from a burnt-out village. We put the piglets in a box and scare them a little, and they sound just like an approaching demon horde. But the most important question is, of course, choosing the lead actor who will play the Great Knight Commander. We have a right Barney over it, breaking a number of lances as well as our shovels, a rolling pin and a set of back scratches. But we just can't decide no matter what. Maybe you can help us. We have two candidates that are most suited the role. One will have the honour of conveying your heroism on stage, Commander. A gnome or a cyclops? I'm to be played by a gnome? Not a gnome, two gnomes. Rumbledum and Hierophant are twins. One of them sits on the other's shoulder and puts on a long coat so they play tall characters. They switch places every so often so each gets their moment of fame, and that way they each only have to learn half the script. Cyclops? He's completely tame, believe me. Has a few issues with articulation, but what a powerful physique. We'll make him a nice costume, wash him up, brush his hair. Truth to be told, in our show, you mainly just make short, heroic exclamations at the fateful moment, like onwards or never give up, or my heart burns with courage. Lambkin can definitely handle the script. Alright, I've made my decision. I will be played by Lambkin the Cyclops. Wonderful. Sorry we took away all the important things heroes and commanders do. We're off to rehearsals. I mean, first we'll wash some pots, then we're off to rehearsal. Let's go, you lazy lumps. Don't embarrass old grandma now. Okay, that is... yeah. Weird. Ember's there, Nemo's there. Sealer's over there. So where is Sealer? What's up this way? recruit, Crusader, recruit. There's Sealer with some recruits. So picture this, my sword is by the fire, there are 2 goblins about to snatch it and 3 more are digging through my tent. And I'm sat in the bushes, wearing just my mail shirt, wondering what the blast to do. An old mercenary taught me about the mail shirt. You can't sleep in armour, but it's not so bad in mail once you get used to it. Too bad no one told me not to go into the bushes without my sword. So what did you do? What did I do? I barked like crazy. Goblins are afraid of dogs, you know. So they all went wild and started running around. I spotted my sword and they spot me. So I jump over to the fire wearing nothing but my mail shirt, grab my sword and yell in my big voice, "O Inheritor, grant me the power to crush these filthy creatures." My sword's shining, the goblins are screaming. I jump to attack them and they fight back, but I fought them off somehow. But ever since then, I never take a step without my weapon. We'll only just set off. You're already drinking the Queen. Stop this at once. Right you are, Commander Terrorblade. We are but drinking to the Queen's health. Allow me to remind you, Paladin, that you are in an army, not a band of mercenaries. Foolishness impairs discipline. Too much fun at camp can turn into losers on the battlefield. With all due respect, Commander Terrorblade, I answer to the Knight Commander, not to you. The fact that we're fighting together doesn't give you the right to discipline me like a sergeant disciplines a recruit. Okay, what's in here? Yeah, I'll loot it, but... more recruits. Find the location of the recruits from Nerison. Field Medic's tent. Let's have a look in there. We are few, but the gods are with us. The prayers of good people around the world are with us. Camellia's there. Who is that guy? Can't see because of the... Well met, Commander. You caused quite a stir. Everyone thought Canarapus was done for, but the gods had other plans. That was quite a blaze over the grey garrison, all the vermin running out with their tails between their legs. Good to have you with us. The God of Walls teaches to expand civilization to the wildest and remotest corners of the world. I doubt there are many places wilder than the World Wound. Can't wait to see the walls of Dresden appear on the horizon. The city used to be the crown jewel of Mendev. It's high time it was freed from the demon's clutches. Yeah. Right. Well, maybe a laxative would help. So, that's... oh, the chapel tent. Who's in the chapel tent? What do we got here? Altar of Torag, the father of creation. Altar of Serenray. Altar of Desna. Altar of Erastil. This place, it can protect the area around it from the corruption of the abyss. Altar of Aimade. Okay. That's the commander's tent. I'll come back there later. Tirabade's tent. What have you got there in the way of armor? Ooh, half plate. Oh, storyteller. Good, I wanted to talk to you. I got the page you were looking for from the Grey Garrison. Yes, you're right. Another piece of evidence from the past I had forgotten. My hand touches the stone wall. The cold pierces my palm like the teeth of a hungry dog sinking into a piece of meat. I don't take my hand away. I let the stone enjoy my warmth in return for its service. It accepts my caress and my unasked question, the one it's been asked thousands upon thousands of times. Where should I go next? Behind me, I hear the loud stomping of the minotaurs that guard this godforsaken place. I tricked and outwitted them, leaving only a trace of my presence. There is darkness lurking up ahead, honing its swords, claws, and teeth in the hope that a rare traveller visits its lair. But today, it will get no one. This labyrinth is alive. Its red-veined stone walls resemble the gut of a huge creature. If you keep still and listen closely, you can hear it breathing in the wind that sweeps through this place. Where do I go from here? Forward, to the place whence the wind carried a faint chuckle, whence comes the faint smell of ash, whence a few days ago Demon Lord Baphomet began his great escape. You inside his labyrinth? Yes, I am travelling through the Ivory Labyrinth. This is not the most pleasant of my journeys, but it is necessary to reach my goal. How were you able to evade all the dangers? Have you forgotten who you are speaking to? I am the last Archmage of Cayenne. I have been to many dangerous places, and this is just one of the many. It won't be the last. What do you need from the Ivory Labyrinth? An answer to a question, a key to a secret, knowledge that can save many lives. My kinfolk were weaklings and cowards. They ran from danger, but no one stood up to my enemy, and Baphomet will give me the weapon to win. Please continue. For several years I had thought about how to defeat Earthfall. My enemy has no flesh and is impossible to kill. It blazes through everything in its path. It doesn't enslave but destroys life itself, and I have found the answer. I know how to save my world. Earthfall came to destroy Golarion. Its strike was brutal, and my world barely withstood it. But what if Earthfall had resisted not by not one world, but several worlds at once? What if Heaven or Elysium came to help the dying Golarion? If I manage to merge my world with another, meld them together, the power of the disaster will weaken. The denizens of Golarion will be able to temporarily take shelter in the adjacent plane. Civilizations will not die. Our culture will continue to exist. We will not be forgotten. Baphomet, the cunning and insidious Lord of Minotaurs, was once a captive in Asmodeus' prison, but only 10 years passed before Baphomet was able to escape, taking his own prison with him, which later became the Ivory Labyrinth. Such an achievement deserves respect, and it is the goal of my research. Moving matter between planes is what interests me now. I stopped near strange symbols covering the wall of the labyrinth. I ran my hand over them to ensure they are real, encrypted riddles drawn by Baphomet during his imprisonment. I take out the bark-covered notebook and painstakingly copy the symbols into it. Behind me, 2 minotaurs are fighting. Deceived by the net of spells I wrapped around myself like a blanket. Do you want to connect the planes? That's dangerous. Dangerous? Difficult. Almost impossible. But tell me, is this risk not worth the Thalassian Empire perishing before my eyes? Does Golgan, the Cyclops Kingdom, deserve death? What about the Aboleth Empire? Another plane will pay for saving Golarion. There will be wars and then a new world will come. But we will survive. We will defeat Earthfall and history will not condemn the victors. A bark-covered notebook, the one your mentor gave you? Yes, blinded by my pride, I tore it to pieces when I thought I would not follow my kinfolk. I am still not going to run, but the knowledge written in my notebook by my former mentor might serve my purpose. The elves managed to open a portal to Sovereign and keep it open until all people escaped from Golarion. Their cowardice deserves the stain, but their knowledge is unquestionable. I returned to Cayenne and gathered the pieces of my torn notebook. Now it is my sword aimed at the heart of Earthfall. By combining the wisdom of elves and the cunning of Baphomet, I will save the world. What happened next? I copied the strange symbols into the notebook. I haven't the slightest idea what these scribblings mean. What was the future Demon Lord thinking when he wrote them? while he was imprisoned in a cell with no way out? Was his mind in his right? Was he still in his right mind? I will need help to understand these notes. Otherwise, decrypting them might take more time than Pharasma will give me. One of the minotaurs behind me killed the other, tore his heart out and devoured it. His blood-stained nose sniffs the air sharply. His bloodshot eyes shift from wall to wall. He senses a stranger, but he doesn't scare me. I am certain of my powers and the spells hiding me. I've done my work and can now leave this place, and still I linger. What is this strange presence I feel behind me? Like someone is watching me despite all the protective spells. Who are you? I ask carefully, not hoping for an answer. Darkness, a coy female voice whispers in my ear. Against my will, I shudder. The vision ended at the most interesting moment, didn't it? Please, find the rest of the pages from this book. I must know what happened next. Have you decided to join the crusade? I have decided not to, I'm afraid. My path and the path of the crusade lead in the same direction, but alas, they are not yet one and the same. After the demons were driven away from Canabras, the path into the world wound became open, if only temporarily. I'm planning on using this opportunity to visit. It doesn't matter now. I'd hate to bore you with the details of my venture, which may prove useful even for myself. However, I'll try to return to the crusade and aid them in their confrontation with the demons after I'm done. I hope to meet you again in this world rather than the next. I wish you interesting adventures. Well, she did bring lots of unnecessary items, but... G'day, Fortius. How you doing? We got any tents over here? We can... Oh, what's going on? Ah, there you are, dashing troublemaker you. Our short acquaintance is coming to an end. Very soon you will depart on your crusade, where you'll scrape by on horrible rations, struggle vainly to fall asleep amid snoring soldiers, be rudely awakened by freezing cold, and have to look upon the dour face of self-righteous prigs before you finally perish in the maw of some demon. I have a journey ahead of me too. I've just rented a sailboat in the south. Also, I've hired an excellent chef and a host of other entertainments. Well, to each their own, I suppose. You know, I am genuinely sad to see you go. If it sounds like mockery, forgive me. I cannot switch off my venom gland on a whim, you see. But you intrigue me. If only we could have spent a little more time together. But of course, not under these conditions. Let the Crusaders and their demons have at each other. With any luck, they'll take this entire sanctimonious spectacle down with me. If you feel you don't belong here, go, but I'd like to see you again someday in the future to get to... No, I don't want to say that. I really wish they didn't have to put these relationship stuff in these games. It's like... Yeah, this sort of stuff... I just don't understand it. Get lost, then I won't miss you. Yeah, I just don't understand why they've got to put all this relationship stuff into these sorts of games. It has no interest. I've got absolutely no interest in any of that. The same was, exactly the same in games like Skyrim. I have no interest in taking a husband or wife in Skyrim. I had no interest in any of that sort of stuff in Kingmaker either. But they keep putting it in these games, and I don't see the point in it. You know, the fact of the matter is, it is a very big distraction. Here you are trying to, trying to save the world, and it wants you to have relationships with your characters. It's like, what? I don't get it. Really? I've never done it 40th, so I didn't realise that that it's possible for your spouse to actually open a shop. I mean, that sounds weird to me. Which way am I facing? Okay. I feel like there's more I'm supposed to be doing on this map. I've been to the field medic's tent. There was stuff in the quests that it sort of wanted me to do. I need to talk to Erebeth to get to do that. Nothing I can do about that. I've done as much as I can on that, and I can't do that now at all because he's going to disappear. I thought I'd done all of this. I don't know. I'm not sure what I can do about that. Examine the campsite of the Eagle Watch. Well, I've been doing that, I thought. Grab all of that. So I know I've done all of that. That's back to the commander's tent. So what's out this way? There's a recruit there. Let's loot that. There we go. We've examined the Eagle Watch stuff. So I can talk to the Queen now. What I want to do is try and remind myself where the quartermaster was. And I believe it was over this way. There he is. Let's sell some more stuff. So what is that? Half plate of vigor. Let's have a look. Is this half plate of vigor useful for anybody? I know you can't wear it. You could. Now that would give you some more health. Also give you some more health. Both of you do have a minimum dexterity. You got 48 hit points. You got 63. You're better off wearing this. And we can sell that. There we go. Right. So then the Queen's tent... No. Is here. Or the commander's tent, as it's called. No, okay, I searched all of that. Let's head on in. Still can't talk to Irabeth. Who's this? Ooh, more loot. Oh, good. Just what I was looking for. Let's put that away. I'm going to put that away. That away. That. And those. Don't think I need that anymore. But it weighs almost nothing, so there's no real danger leaving it in my... stuff. And then that's loot over there. Or half plate. I don't know if I can talk to any of these. No. No. Oh, I missed more loot down there. Okay, let's talk to the Queen. Queen greets you with a stare. She's dropped the pompous air with which she just announced the Fifth Crusade. The face of the ruler of Mendev appears calm and thoughtful. She has made her move and now awaits her opponent's reply.
Commander, I'm satisfied with the troop review, but I do not expect they will be sufficient for the task. You will have to prove yourself a shrewd leader and hire the necessary troops with the provided funds.
Oh. No, I didn't see that sword, Fortius. I'll have to have another look.
I have chosen a target for your campaign, and that target is Dresden, our lost outpost within the World Wound. The Sword of Valor was kept there, a banner that was once carried by Iomade herself. Our greatest relic was lost when the city fell. I should make one thing clear from the start. The Sword of Valor is no mere symbol, but a powerful weapon against demons. The holiness of the banner weakens them and robs them of one of their most dangerous abilities, teleportation. A forced march to Dresden awaits you. The Sword of Valor is kept somewhere within the Citadel. The demons probably think it's a hunting trophy. Its recovery is just as important as retaking the city itself. I hope the task is clear. I'm sending 2 specialists to help you, along with the soldiers. A historian, Nura Denduar, and a cleric, Soziul Bainik. One of the famous inquisitors of the Church of Iomade also wants to talk to you. The Honorable Leota, whom everyone calls Hawkblade.
I do not wish to keep you, Commander. The matter I must discuss with you is extremely important, but it is not directly related to the Crusade. You no doubt wish to meet your new comrades and speak with Her Majesty. Therefore, I shall leave you now, but I ask that you seek me out in the camp at your earliest convenience.
Because you wonder why What's-His-Face is dead. That's fine.
Hi! Listen, it's amazing here. It's like I'm in a ballad. There's knights in shining armor, deadly dangers, glorious feats. We are going to show those demons! I'm so tired of sitting in a library reading books about history. It's time I took part in it!
I'm glad to help our cause, Commander. If you have some time later, I'd like to speak with you further.
You'll have plenty of time to talk. You're the Knight Commander's people now, his trusted advisors and companions. Now then, will you please leave us? Irabeth, you can go too.
I never imagined you'd make me the commander of the new crusade.
Some actions may be deemed bold, or even extreme, and beyond those, there are some you might call the Queen's last resort. I am not a simple monarch. I am at war with the Abyss, a war which has lasted over 100 years. I cannot allow myself the luxury of caution. In you, I see a chance, and I am willing to stake everything on it. However, you cannot blame me for putting you in charge of the crusade. I only formalized what had already happened in the hearts and minds of many. People spoke of the power that descended upon you and helped you save the Wardstones from corruption and total destruction. Word of this feat quickly spread far beyond the borders of Mendev. There was no other person who could better fit the role of Knight Commander of the Fifth Crusade.
Questions about my mission?
Of course, I shall answer.
How did they conquer Dresden?
That's a good question. Its walls were built by dwarf craftsmen, and the power of the Sword of Valor protected the city. Alas, where raging hordes failed, a single lying tongue was all they needed to succeed. The demoness Minago convinced a young and ambitious crusader named Staunton Vane that the banner belonged on the battlefield. He went on a daring and unapproved raid, and the banner ended up in the enemy's hands. The city fell soon after. Ever since then, for 7 decades, it has served as a citadel for the forces of the Abyss.
Okay, Staunton saw him in the Grey Garrison.
Oh, really? I wasn't informed of this. After Dresden fell because of Staunton, he was nearly sentenced to death. He deserved it. In wartime, men are hanged for far less. But you have no idea what a terrible sight it is. A raging crowd of crusaders baying for blood. Never have my fighters looked so much like the demons we are fighting.
How would you know that? It was 70 years ago. You could not have seen it.
I commuted Staunton's sentence and stripped him of his rank. Not just for him, but for my army and my country. We are not Hell Knights. We do not maintain discipline with public executions.
Okay, that's a problem with the storyline right there. But anyway. Okay. Okay, so it was a tough choice, I understand.
Thank you for your support. The longer you live, the more things you do, and the more criticism you endure. Today, many blame me for all manner of reasons, and few try to understand my actions. Your words warm my soul.
What forces are at my disposal?
Everyone we saw today at the parade. First among them, the Eagle Watch, who remain a powerful force thanks to Irabeth's resourcefulness. Also marching with you are several minor knightly orders, as the minor volunteer units like to be called. And finally, I have personally selected some recruits from Neurosian. They have little in the way of battle experience, but great determination and a thirst to prove themselves. I've always thought that an army benefits from at least one such unit. These forces, as I said, are not enough for a march on Dresden. You will have to hire additional troops with the funds that have been provided to you. But for a brave commander, and I hope you are one, that is just the beginning. If you retake Dresden, recover the holy power of the Sword of Valor, and gain a foothold in the region, then new armies will join under your banner. The Fifth Crusade is only beginning. Many battles and victories lie ahead.
Been decades and no one's managed to retake the city.
We have a chance now that we haven't seen in decades. But it's more than that. You created this chance for us by foiling the demon's plans in Canabris. The army who attacked the city came straight from Dresden. Demon hordes from the Abyss are usually encamped there, but many of them perished on the streets of Canabris. We must attack swiftly before they can restore their forces. When the city is free and the Sword of Valor appears before our soldiers, they won't be sending in any more reinforcements. Demons cannot teleport into an area protected by the banner of the goddess.
Long-term goals?
Now you are talking like a real knight commander. However, answering your question is not easy. To win this war, we must bar the demon's way. There are a few planar rifts leading to the Abyss across the territory we call the World Wound. The best specialists we could find have tried to close them on separate occasions, with no success, as you may have guessed. The World Wound is more than just a chain of portals to the Abyss. We do not understand its nature yet. The methods of rift closure known to magical science simply do not work here. However, we have a hypothesis, and a rather well-grounded one, that we must begin at the source of the problem, the place where the world wound was opened. The main rift lies through the city of Iz and the Threshold Fortress, deep in the former lands of Socorus. We have never managed to fight our way so far and gain a foothold to allow the Magus to explore the origins of the world wound. So, the next step, after you succeed in Dresden, is an offensive push deeper into the world wound, with the aim of reaching Threshold, the very threshold of the abyss. Wonderful.
Did you know that the souls of angels from heaven are confined in the Wardstone?
I had guessed as much. Many angels fought alongside us in the First Crusade. Heaven was unable to mobilize its full might to aid us, but individual celestials volunteered to fight for our cause. Then one day, they all vanished, saying that they were setting off on an important mission. Not long after, Iomede's herald erected the first wardstone in Canobris, and then the others in cities across Mendev. Even back then, I had nagging doubts, but my faith in Iomede easily assuaged them. It is for us to serve the goddess after all, not to question her works. Nevertheless, I am pleased that you solved the mystery of the wardstone in Canobris, and were able to save this gift of Iomede. It was a deed worthy of a knight commander of the Fifth Crusade.
You should know I received an unusual gift in the caves beneath Canabris. In a vision I saw the death of an angel called Lariel. Somehow he was able to grant me the ability to reveal the light of heaven.
Lariel. I knew him. He disappeared shortly before the world wound grew, and Dresden fell into the enemy's hands. In the chaos, we had more important concerns than investigating the fate of a single angel. Even one so righteous and beloved as Lariel. And afterward, matters took a turn for the worse. The angels left us to go on this special mission. It is so strange to hear the names I used to hear when I was young, like getting a message from the past. It is sad news, but it brings me back to the times when we strongly believed in our victory, and we rushed headlong toward it without fear. Could it be that such times have come again?
What are you going to do?
Overlooking a spot of insubordination just at the moment. However, I shall answer you. I shall prepare the defenses at Nerosian and all the other border cities and plan the future of the Fifth Crusade. Does that satisfy your curiosity, Knight Commander?
My queen, I'd ask you to remain with us. The Dresden campaign is the hope of the Crusade, and the blessing of Iomede that you carry may be decisive in this battle.
Here, a polite attempt to appeal to the conscience of an old sovereign? I don't know if you realize what you're suggesting. If our enemies in the depths of the wound were to discover that I was with your army, they would immediately send their most vicious demons to attack. They would stop at nothing to be rid of me, and thereby sow chaos across Mendev. But you are right. I shouldn't be sitting it out in the rear. I am a warrior queen, and a queen of warriors. Yet my fighters have forgotten what I look like. Fine. I shall join the crusade, but on my own terms. First, I shall assemble my entourage and lead the parade out of the camp. I shall catch up with you later, along with a few hand-picked bodyguards. We'll change our armor, and I'll become a knight of a minor order and join the troops incognito. Until we approach Dresden, no one should know I am among you. But before we storm the city, I shall show myself to the troops and join the battle. Let it be a surprise for the demons. I hope you won't complain of my company on the road, Commander, since you were the one who insisted upon it. Do you have any other questions?
Task is clear.
Splendid. Ah, yes. We have one final matter to attend to. It should be rather enjoyable. Count, there you are. You received my instruction?
I did, though I did not have time to read the thing before I was dragged before your majesty. In truth, I was readying myself to depart.
No matter. I trust you will forgive your sovereign for the rather brusque summons, especially when you learn what prompted it. As you are aware, he has recently been appointed my Knight Commander of the Fifth Crusade. I spent a long while pondering whom to appoint to the highly sensitive post of Commander's Field Attaché and Advisor Plenipotentiary without portfolio. Congratulations, Count.
It is a great honor, I suppose.
I'm going to go chaotic because I'm still trying to push myself over to neutral good rather than that. So what a wonderful gesture, Your Majesty. I imagine our dear Count would have been inconsolable if you hadn't given him this chance to serve the common cause.
I knew you would approve, Commander. I had my doubts about whether you were ready for such a responsibility, Count, but your conduct in Kenobris has put my mind at ease. So, you will travel with the troops to Dresden. Only the commander may remove you from your post, but I trust that you will dutifully fulfill his orders and make a good showing of yourself. Especially since word of your appointment, Count, will reach the court at any moment. All of Mendev's nobility will be following your successes in service to the nation, including all of your devoted admirers. I even heard that one bard with whom you are particularly friendly has already begun composing a ballad to honor your heroic participation in the crusade and your faithful service to the commander here.
Your largesse truly knows no bounds, dear cousin. I am most gratified by the honor you have shown me.
Then let's get going. May Ayomade help us.
I was wondering if they were going to keep him in the party somehow or not. Have you got anything to say? So tell me straight, how'd that brawl at the Grey Garrison end? I heard rumours, of course, but that's kind of my job, you know, to listen. You've no idea what cobblers the Crusaders say about you. Some say that Eamday came to you and appointed you her herald. Others say that you died and an honest-to-God's angel is now leading the army disguised as you. Still others say it was just an explosion at an alchemist's table and I'm the one spreading the rumours about your power. I wish. But, you know, you really have changed since the Grey Garrison. It's hard to describe, but you've become more charismatic, more dangerous. I was going to say dangerous. I have a gut instinct about these things. If I didn't, I'd already be dead. You're dangerous, Commander, and by Desna, I hope you'll be dangerous to our enemies and not us or yourself. Okay, so nothing else I want in here. Oh, well, I can rest there. Okay, very good. I put all the stuff I wanted to away, so let's... There is some more stuff that I can sell. So I might as well do that quickly. Mysterious Elf. Okay. I saw you talking to the girl hiding her face. Who was she and what did she want? I don't know, Commander. She never introduced herself, but I bet she's not a part of our army. I know all our soldiers by name and by sight. She was looking for some elf volunteer, wanted to know which tent he was sleeping in. At first I thought she was a messenger from Mendev, but she definitely wasn't one of us. But now I see how it all looks mighty shifty. She was some sort of spy then. So you said there was a good sword here. Didn't notice one before, but let's have a look. It'll be right at the bottom. That's where all the good stuff is. I just noticed that there wasn't any... Oh, Black Dragon's Fang is what you're talking about. +3 corrosive longsword. It deals 2d6 corrosive damage to all enemies within 30 feet. After this ability has been used, it can't be activated again for 1d4 rounds. 75,000. Wow. Not bad. Not bad at all. I just noticed that there was no dueling swords, which is what I'm using as a weapon. Oh, what does the blacksmith do? Has he got... He's got more gear. Hang on a sec. There we go. You've just got cold eye and everything by the looks of it. No armor. Nothing else. Okay. So let's go to... No. Yeah, I need to talk to Irabeth first. Commander, allow me to say something. Before you, this wasn't a war, it was agony drawn out over decades. No one believed in victory anymore. When the demons attacked the city, for some it was a relief. At least the end had come. They laid down their weapons and surrendered without a fight. I felt the same thing, but I somehow got through on stubbornness and the vague hope that if somebody found Aneva's body, she might by some miracle have survived, and that miracle was you. You returned my beloved to me when I had nearly lost all hope of seeing her alive again. Then you went on a suicide mission to the Grey Garrison and won the city back for us. You turned a defeat into a victory. I know it wasn't easy, but you make everything seem so effortless. You do everything just like that. Queen believes in your powers too, but for me, they're just more proof of what I felt the day when I saw Aneva live, standing next to you. You're the miracle we've been waiting for. You're the one who will finally put an end to this terrible war, and in spite of everything, deliver us the victory we so desperately need. With you, I am sure this crusade will achieve what the others could not. Yes, Saint Salvius, we are camped outside the city, I'm assuming, and there is a quartermaster who has some stuff for us. I found a scabbard with your name on it in the Grey Garrison. This scabbard held the solemn hour, my family's sword. My father once fought with it, and I took it when I left home to become a paladin. Alas, it was not stolen. I parted with my heirloom willingly to help someone dear to me. Neva needed expensive healing, and having no other way to procure the money, I pawned my father's sword. I think he would have understood. I'm sure he would have given up everything to help the family. Okay, so I've given her that. I hope to redeem Solemn Hour eventually, but there was never enough money, and soon the sword disappeared from the pawnshop altogether. I've no idea who took it. Seems like I'll have to part with my father's sword forever. Is Aneva sick? You'll forgive me if I don't go into details. It's a private matter. Suffice to say, everything is fine now. The treatment was costly, but it was worth it. Good. My parents were loyal servants, yet it wasn't enough to earn them a title or a coat of arms. I still, however humble our name might be, it is worth something. I don't know if I'll ever see the solemn hour again, but at least I have my scabbard back. Thank you. So it turns out the Queen has her head of counterintelligence watching me. I wonder why. You think the Queen doesn't trust you? If that were true, she wouldn't have put you in charge of this army. My main task is to be your advisor until you've gained enough experience as a commander. As for counterintelligence, Neva and I were tasked with keeping an eye on your inner circle. You're not under suspicion, Commander. You're under our protection. We need reinforcements. Can you get us more soldiers? When we began the march on Dresden, we chose speed over numbers. If I order more volunteers to be recruited, they simply won't arrive in time. We could pay mages to deliver the troops to the camp, except I doubt that our army's coffers could afford it. If you can spare 7,500 gold coins, I will see to our reinforcements. You have... Consider it done. Okay. I wonder why that has to come out of my personal coffers, because I haven't actually been... To my knowledge, I didn't get paid anything for winning. That was all just... all the money I ended up getting over the time. How did I miss that loot? Oh, that's Ember. That's right. No. So, this was one of my advisors. Excuse me. Knight Commander, how can I help you? There is so much I can do, just ask. You've probably heard about the wound I have, the one that sometimes opens on my chest. Can you perhaps tell me if it's some kind of demonic curse? Yes, indeed. I've been told of your affliction. Can you will the wound to open? No, that's a shame. What can you tell me about this wound? Well, it's difficult to say. I know of blades that leave never-healing cuts, of poisons that stop wounds from healing. I've heard of witches' curses that are rewarded with eternal wounds, but wounds that seem to reopen and heal over and over? Perhaps you know of other cases like this? Let me think. In 4671, a Medevian army corporal had all his bones and cartilage turned to glass. In 4700, a scribe in Canabras had all her skin simply come off like she'd been boiled. And in 4638, oh, you don't happen to have insects crawling on you. Locusts? No. Rats, perhaps? Too bad. Do you think it's dangerous? It most likely is dangerous, but you are under the protection of Aimade, Commander. She granted you mythic powers, as they say. Surely the Inheritor would not leave you to face this alone. Have you perhaps noticed that the wound opens at moments when you waver in your faith? Perhaps it is triggered by doubt. Thank you for your answers. Sorry, I can't do anything useful. We'll be sure to study the matter and consult a few encyclopedias. I don't know that I really want to know anything more about her at this stage. You, however, wanted to talk to me. You earned the title of Commander. Canabra still stands thanks to you, but you'll have to be doubly on your guard. Your Eminence places a target on your back, and there are assassins about. Killing a high-ranking crusader would bring a demon far more prestigious than killing a common soldier. Not long ago, I stymied a few of the Spinner of Nightmare's attempts on the lives of influential crusaders, so I know what I'm talking about. Tell me about your confrontation with the Spinners of Nightmares. Oh, that's... No, Hillord. This is the... This is this guy. Okay. That's fine. Good luck. No. Who was I looking for? I had the feeling that their tents... It's Camellia there. All of the various loot boxes have respawned. I don't really have a desire to go through them all at this point. I've just done that. You're the one I wanted to talk to. Command, let me personally congratulate you on your new title and thank you for your time in advance. I am Loiter Hawkblade, an Inquisitor of the Church of Aimade, the Bringer of Light. I require your assistance in a certain delicate manner involving one of your companions, young Count Darien Arande. What brings you here? I ask you to assist the Church of Imide in an investigation of the utmost importance. I understand the leader of the Crusade has plenty of other matters to attend to, but please allow me to tell you the details. Perhaps I'll explain while I'm calling on you. I suppose you have already heard about Count Arande's story. I refer to the tragedy at Heaven's Edge Estate. You're going to investigate this old case again, aren't you? Yes, I am. I have several reasons to doubt the widely shared account of what exactly happened at the estate and how it happened. You see, Commander, I was among those sent to examine the estate after the incident. I saw everything with my own eyes, and I still remember it clearly, even though it feels like it happened a lifetime ago. Heaven's Edge was a unique place that still carried the spirit of old Mendev before the World Wound, and yet, in that day, it turned into a labyrinthine house of horrors like something only seen in our nightmares. Apologies for the digression. I wanted to tell you about my suspicions. Everything about the incident seemed odd. Why was the only person left alive a young boy with a newfound talent for divine magic? Why did nobody send to Canabras for help, even though the agony spanned many hours? We found the demons dead, with their heads cut off, when we got into the estate. How were they defeated? How did the disease kill even the paladins present at the estate, who are said to be immune to any disease? If the demons had found a way to penetrate the Holy Warrior's defences, why has this never been repeated since the tragedy at Heaven's Edge? You are the only person who can help me here, Commander, because the only living witness of those events is currently serving in your army. Your army's route will take you near the very site of the tragedy. Heaven's Edge has been abandoned and sealed with potent magic throughout all these years, and only the Count has the power to break that seal. He is unlikely to invite an Inquisitor inside, and in any case he won't like me sniffing around his family seat. But if you, as his commander, express your wishes to visit the estate, he will be obliged to fulfill it, and I will simply follow you as one of your attendants. There are 100 ways, 1,000 paths, and myriad loopholes in human lives that the forces of evil can use to their advantage. I am not sure which one of those led the demons to the gates of Heaven's Edge, but I do know it wasn't a simple raid the kind Crusaders face every day. That incident involved a significantly more powerful entity, and that is why I'm asking for your help. We cannot be sure that such a tragedy will not happen again until we uncover the truth. You've been there several times. What did you find? I was young and inexperienced Inquisitor when I first visited Heaven's Edge 10 years ago. My skills have improved significantly since then, and I have paid dearly for that. My arsenal includes many spells and techniques dedicated to gathering information about people and events. Almost all of them require me to be physically present in the place where the event in question happens. That's why I must return. Why can't you just search without me? The estate is abandoned and sealed with powerful containment enchantments that only the Count himself can lift. This is not the main reason, however. The main reason is that Count Arenday is not officially under investigation by the Inquisition, so I couldn't just break into his house even if I found a way to bypass the spells. This is a serious matter, a matter that threatens the reputation of the entire Church of Arenday and my own organisation in particular. We made more than enough unforgivable mistakes during the Third Crusade and are still dealing with their consequences. Your presence will give my investigation the necessary legitimacy, Commander, but there is more. In addition to getting official permission, I'd also like to bring an independent third-party investigator to this case. Somebody independent but well-represented, and you fit this role perfectly. Did you question Darren himself? I did, but the Count insisted he couldn't remember anything about the incident due to the severe shock. He saw the demons at the very beginning when they appeared at the celebration to announce the onset of the plague and mocked their victims. He also witnessed the death of his mother, Countess Selenia. That was all he would tell me. We had found the young Count sleeping like a log on the floor in one of the rear chambers, having drunk about half the family's wine cellar all by himself. There is no reason to disbelieve him on this matter. So you suspect he is hiding something. I deliberately refuse to entertain any theories or suspicions so that it doesn't affect the investigation. There is a saying among my colleagues that suspicion is the mother of prejudice, and prejudice is married to failure. I can only tell you that Count Arenday wasn't suffering from demonic possession, the most common malaise in our country at the time. Prelate Hulrin himself examined the boy right after the tragedy and didn't sense anything awry with him. Fine, I will help you. Thank you, Commander. Now I ask you to speak to the Count and tell him that you wish to see at Heaven's Edge. Please do not inform him of my presence right away. I will join your escorts when it is time to travel to the estate. When we get there, I will require your help during the investigation. You will have to follow me, observe my actions as an independent witness. Are you one of Prelate Hulrin's followers? Yes, of course. What is your opinion on his atrocities? Usually people reveal such things about themselves only to their confessor, not to some curious stranger. Still, I did ask for your help, and that imposes certain obligations upon me. Let me put it like this. I spent enough years by Prelate Hulrin's side to learn how to keep him from going over the line. He was an extraordinary man, the vengeful sword of our goddess in human form. He was fighting in the vanguard, fearlessly taking down demons, exposing the cultist plots all by himself. He had served the Inquisition twice as long as I have, and eventually his own paranoia and monumental sense of responsibility eroded his mind. May Iomedae guard his soul. I have to go. Okay, so that's all good. He's not quite like the Commander himself. I think that was all of the... No, that doesn't feel like actually it was all the people. That was the other person I had to talk to.
Hello again. I'm very pleased to meet you. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me. It's a pity I wasn't there at the Grey Garrison to witness your feats of strength with my own eyes. The flash, however, could be seen miles and miles away. Some people were frightened of it, thinking that the demons had blown up the remains of the keep. I, for one, knew immediately that it was a good sign. The light above the city showed us that there was still hope.
What are you painting? Unfinished painting depicts a temple crowned with a rainbow-tailed bird, the symbol of Shaylin. 5 people dressed in robes stand before the temple, men and women, young and old, all gaze back at you with radiant happiness and joy in their serene eyes.
Brothers and sisters in faith. They sent me for help, and then they saved my life, Commander. If the Prioress hadn't ordered me to escape the city and seek help, I would have died right along with them. Instead, I met Queen Galfrey on her way to Nerosian, and hurriedly returned to Canabras, only to find my friends dead on the steps of our desecrated temple. I want to draw them the way they live on in my memory. Wise, beautiful, and loyal to their goddess and their city to the very end.
This is why you have to treasure every moment you spend with the ones you love. Today you're together, but who knows what tomorrow may bring.
You're right. I took their company for granted and never even imagined that they might just disappear in the blink of an eye. So many words left unspoken. Now it's my duty to make sure my friends and tutors did not die in vain. I will honor their sacrifice by making this world a bit more beautiful and kind.
What made an artist enlist in the army?
Perhaps I am a true artist, or simply an amateur who defaces canvases in my spare time. My goddess is a patron of art, so painting is part of my prayer, and I put all my heart into my pieces. But I am a cleric above all else, so I must also tend to others. I went to war because here's where I'm most needed. Sure, I could be painting idyllic landscapes and offering empty prayers to my goddess, but that won't stop people from dying. My goddess has no tolerance for false piety.
You want to discuss something with me?
Yes, I have a personal request. Before we undertake our journey and leave Canabras behind, I would like to visit Martyr Zacharias' cemetery for a funeral. It's not far from here, and it's important. I would like to pay my respects to my friends from the Temple of Shaylin who died defending the city. Also, if it's not too much trouble, I would like you to come with me to honor their memory. Their friends and family will be at the funeral, and perhaps the commander's personal presence will bring them comfort. I know that you are burdened by many cares right now, so I understand if you can't find the time. But if you could, I would be sincerely grateful.
Yeah, it was nice meeting
You
you.
must be rather busy indeed. Leading a crusade all by yourself is no joke. I still believe that you are up to the task. This war has been raging for 100 years, but you've given us a chance at victory.
What's Damon got to say for himself? I'd love to visit Heaven's Edge. Oh, I was just about to mention it myself. I've been thinking, now that I'm in the middle of this whole crusade nonsense, I simply must devise new ways to have fun. What with all the recent commotion, my birthday completely slipped my mind. What if we were to celebrate at Heaven's Edge? It's not far from here, and you'll get to enjoy a banquet in a bona fide haunted house. Since you're my superior and I'm your advisor, I'm obliged to ask your permission to leave the facilities. I also wanted to invite you too. I'm sure the commander can free up an afternoon with the soldiers are on leave. Are you really going to throw a banquet at the very place your whole family died? Yes, what of it? Am I supposed to weep and quake with fear for the rest of my life? I stayed away from the damn place for 10 years, and now I'm going to return there to drink, dance, and be merry without a care in the world. You can keep your squeamish disapproval to yourself. All right, deal. Perfect. You'll have a ball. I'll make sure of it. Right.
Hello. So, what do you reckon about everything that's come crashing down on us? All the responsibility, command, this new power?
I haven't figured it out yet. We'll see what happens next.
Watching and waiting is a good strategy. Probably. I'm still frightened by what happened in the Grey Garrison. Were we really chosen? By Iomade herself? You know, back when I was a snot-nosed kid who just started down the path to becoming a paladin, I imagined once or twice that I was going to do something heroic. The lights would shine down on me, the trumpets would sing, I'd hear the voice of the goddess, or at least her herald, you know? I'd be informed that I had been chosen for a great cause. But that's the point where my imagination always failed me. Somehow, it really happened. Without all the trumpets or the herald or even anyone explaining what I had to do. Though it's clear as day, my place is here, in this demon-ridden wound. Quite a lovely war going on, in fact. Endless, I hear. I'm gonna need some time to wrap my head around this. Spare me an hour and I'll crawl into some dark corner and whine about my hard lot. What can I tell you? I cry easily.
Okay. Oh, the Hound Hearts, that's right. How are these guys doing? Got Lan over there. I don't think I need to talk to him at the moment. I sort of have a bit of a concern because I feel like my way forward is not concrete at this point. It's a little bit like what it was at a similar point in Kingmaker, where you've just built, you've just taken over the Broken Lands and built your little town, and then it's like, well, what am I supposed to do now? I do want to do a save. So I'm assuming it sort of looked like there was an exit over here. So let's see what happens when I try and exit. Oh, that's not a good idea because we've got a level that I didn't do. Why did I miss that level? Now, Kinetic Knight. Yeah, we'll take aerial evasion. Did that up his damage? Oh, can't see yet. It's not going to show it to me. No, it didn't, because it upped it at that level. So next level it goes to 4d4. 4d6, sorry. 46 plus 1, to be honest. To be exact, I mean. Okay. Ooh. I'm sorry. Who's that? Did I not notice someone... Oh, we have Soriel, or Sociel, or whatever his name is. He is just a straight up... He's just a straight up plain Jane cleric. Look at that. He's also using... How is that? That is, like, over the intervening period since I played Pathfinder Kingmaker, I sort of came to the idea that if I wanted a cleric in my party... putting them in the back line and letting them use a weapon that allowed them to get an attack from behind the lines was probably a good thing. And that's exactly what this cleric is built as. That's another glaive, so that's similar to Harem's Bardich in that it is a weapon, a melee weapon with reach. So he can stand behind our companions and attack. Yeah, and he's not bad as a cleric. What equipment is he carrying at the moment? He's just got a plain Jane glaive. It doesn't have anything special on it, which isn't actually good. He's got scale mail and a standard heavy crossbow. What spells is he rocking? Oh, he loves his prayer. I've never been a big fan of the prayer spell. Don't know why. Oh, that's a 3rd level spell. Okay, so he's got, yeah, a couple of blesses, Unbreakable Heart. I didn't see a need for Unbreakable Heart in this because so far we haven't... This is the big thing. I remember in the first chapter of Kingmaker, and I suppose all throughout Kingmaker, there were so many opponents that were casting fear on you in one way or another. And I really expected a lot of the demons to have similar abilities. Haven't seen it yet. Not once do I recall. Oh, hang on. No, that was me playing Kingmaker the other day, I think. I don't recall having any fear thrown at me at all. And that's really weird, but that's what Unbreakable Heart helps with. And then he's got lesser restorations there. Well, the last slot should be a old person. Excuse me. And then, yeah, prayer is like a more powerful bless. I don't know. I don't use bless a lot either, really, to be honest. He's also... That means he's the only person in our party without a mythic power. Because without a mythic path. Yes. See, he doesn't have the mythic path. Here's the other thing that I think is really weird. Like, I didn't have a problem with me getting the mythic path, right? Oh, could that weapon do fear, could it? I don't remember getting feared by it, though. But anyway, I was saying, like, I didn't have a problem with me getting a mythic path, but I did not expect that to apply to all of my companions. And here's the problem with that. This guy is... Where is it? Oh, I got to go back to character deal. He's evil, and yet he now, thanks to me, he's on the angelic mythic path. That makes no sense. You know? She, I think, she's at least neutral, if not evil. Why is she on the angelic mythic path? Right? I can understand the rest of us because we're all mostly good. Well, he's lawful neutral, but the rest of us are all good. Yeah, sure. The angelic mythic path works well. I just never expected the whole thing to push the mythic path on all of the companions as well. That was really strange, and I'm not sure it doesn't feel like it works. I don't know why. I just, you know, I don't understand it. I don't understand why all your companions get that power as well. I know a lot of the things seem like they work well together in groups sort of thing, but I still don't get it. Anyway, I don't know if we're actually going to go anywhere just yet. I'm trying to work out what our next step is, and I need to see the world map to understand what we can do. So that's where we're here. That's the cemetery. Is there a large... Okay, so you can now control armies on the global map. Winning battles against demons will provide you with a number of benefits, such as resources to help your economy, relics that can be turned into powerful new items, captured enemy fortifications that previously blocked the advance. Global map. You can switch between your party management and army commander modes by clicking banners at the top of the screen. In army command mode, you can select armies by either using the panel on the left, clicking the figure, much like, yeah, I don't really want to do that. Run the tactical combats automatically. Thank you. On. I don't want to be doing that. Show the movement of enemy armies on. Yes. So where is... There's the Houndheart campsite. There is the cemetery. Oh, okay. If I'm going to go there... Where? Like, I'm trying to understand where Canabras is in this. There's a demon army there. Chili Creek is up there. Heaven's Edge is there. Dresden is there. Like, I feel like... You know, you can see here the sort of the edge of what I'm assuming is the world wound. I would have thought, yeah, and so this stuff is all sort of around the edge of it. Stone Wilds. I do remember that when Kingmaker came out, I did actually find some websites that had more information about the world of Pathfinder, Galarian, and they had, you know, maps and stuff of the world, and I do remember seeing this thing of the world wound, but I don't remember sort of where it was in relation to everything else, like where this is compared to where Pathfinder Kingmaker was done. Oh, Canabras is there. That's the city of Canabras there. Okay. Didn't even notice that. So we could go to the cemetery, but we need to be accompanied by... We might do that. We might go back into the camp and just put him in the party and go and quickly get that out of the way because it's close. Hopefully there's not going to be a problem there, but, you know, you can almost expect it in this game. Let's kick... Harem out of the party and go like that. This guy's not going to be... This new guy's not going to be much good because he doesn't have the armor or weapons. What do you mean the path is unknown? Oh, I've got to go like that. There we go. Yes. An elderly man limps towards a grave and calmly throws a handful of earth inside. How unfair. They were all so young. They had their whole lives ahead of them. They sacrificed themselves, and an old cripple like me still lives. An elderly woman with her face bathed in tears steps up to the grave. She whispers, the painting. It burned like everything else in the house. There is nothing left for me to remember you by. Nothing. A young man throws a handful of soil into the open grave and stands beside it for a while, lost in thought. Finally, he sighs and steps back. Sociel throws a handful of soil into the grave in front of him. He takes a breath, prepares to speak, but it seems that he simply cannot find the right words. The cleric wipes his tear-filled eyes, gathers his resolve, and says in a gentle voice, I wish you a warm welcome in Shaylin's realm. We will win this war, I swear to you. We'll banish this ugliness and evil and make the world richer and let peace blossom in it. We'll make sure anything like this. He breaks into sob mid-sentence and then falls silent without finishing his declaration. Thank you for everything you've done for us. They were good people. I can't believe they're gone. What is that? Of course. It's a zombie. Run. Why am I facing the wrong way?
You've crossed the wrong ball here. I swear it.
What's going on? Combat has started again. Oh, there's something. But it hasn't finished starting. Hello? There we go. Turn-based on and off. Fixed it. Ah, zombie lords. Ekin, you can switch to disrupt undead as your default spell. Why can you not shoot that guy? Because he just rose? Is that... And that guy you can't either? Voltus. I love the Kinetic Knight. I really do. Second behind the Magus. It goes Magus, Kinetic Knight, Knife Master, everything else. Damage undead. There we go. Land.
You won't survive me.
Just completely decimated the field. You should have... I would have thought you had the ability to damage undead as well. But it's not showing. You... yeah, that one there. It's... Where are the other two? Apparently there's two more somewhere. And I don't see... There's one there and one there. I do see them. Okay. Oh, and there's another one risen up. Ekin... Yeah. Oh, there's more than one risen up. You missed! Ouch. Oh no, who was that at? Oh, Lan. Okay. Thought that was the priest. Sure. Yeah, I can't help you with that, unfortunately. I don't really know about rolling necromancers.
endure this! Make every strike count.
What is this twisted mockery? Who could possibly... Wait, what's this? Take a look at this. He hands off a black onyx gem to you. Once precious, the stone is now covered in cracks, falling apart in your grip as you examine the engraved Minotaur's head, the unholy symbol of Baphomet. Cultists. Simply murdering my friends was not enough for them. No, they had to come to the funeral and desecrate their graves. Sorry you had to go through this. These demon worshippers are everywhere. Now I understand why the inquisitive Canabrus became so paranoid. Wait, the townspeople fled the undead without knowing there was a traitor among them. Wherever they are, they're in great danger. We must find them. Oh, he does have a mythic path now. Sure, you can take that. Do we want to go and look in that? No, I don't think we do. Let's see if we can find what is going on.
We are the light. They are the darkness.
What did Ekin just use? Was that the... Oh, he did use Disrupt Undead. I thought he used... Almost looked like he used a... Someone says open this damn door. What? What are they talking about?
They will break against our resolve.
Oh, yeah, I should have done that. Oh, well. Too bad.
The Inheritor, guide my blade. I'm done with you.
You won't survive me. Did you see that?
Okay, so he just did... So, the mythic ability that... I can't remember what it was called now, but the mythic ability that Lan had was that when he does a crit... Oh no, that was the critting bow feature, I think. I think some of the stuff that he had there was something about it does damage when he gets them down to 0 health or something. I don't know. Okay, I need you to channel positive energy. In fact, let's put that down there. I don't know why it wasn't put there in the first place.
Into the fray.
How did she get 2 attacks? Does she have 2 attacks now? She does. Oh, good. That's right, she did. Yes, I remember that now. Silly me.
Endure this!
Okay, nothing there.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
Skeletal champion archer.
Make every strike count.
I hate it when they do that. Actually, I should have gotten... What? Is he actually dead? I can't get him up. Uh-oh. You killed my arcane archer. For that, you must die.
You won't survive me.
Oh, there we go. That's that skill that he has when he misses. It only did 6 damage after the miss, but still better than nothing.
The light take you!
Endure this!
Oh no. We didn't die. He did get a crippling wound though. Oh, he has a level. No, we'll do Empower. Still only 2nd level spells. Damn it, what am I going to pick? Mirror Image. Was there 2 of them I had to pick? Did I already have Mirror Image? Oh yeah, I did have to pick 2. Mirror Image and Invisibility. Does Restoration remove... No, I don't think it dispels Death's Door. I'm not sure if we've done everything in here. There was somebody saying something about opening a door when we were first over here. Open this damn door. Please, somebody. Let me out. I'm suffocating. Like, I don't see what I'm supposed to be opening. Interesting. Like, it's unclear if that's the door. Was it? Baroness Niniel Bollard at your service. My estate is not far from you. Let me assure you, all of you are welcome. I hate to break it to you, but you're actually dead. How dare you? What utter foolishness. Do I look like a corpse to you? No, no, no. You forgot yourself. You should be ashamed to say such a thing. What? How? This simply cannot be. I shall not permit it. I'm afraid it's true. I'm truly sorry. This graveyard was desecrated by a necromancer. It seems that he disturbed your rest as well. So I died, but even in death, the accursed serpent of the abyss taunt me. Can nothing be done? Perhaps you could lay me to rest. I quite enjoyed my life in this world, but now this is no place for me here, not in this miserable form. Rest in peace. Thank you. Was that the person complaining about being left out? Or if I go over here, do I hear... Okay, that was the person saying, get me out. Okay, that's good. I feel like we've done everything we can / need to in here. There wasn't... oh, no, there's this door here. Where does this lead? What's he doing? Oh, this fight.
To battle, my friends.
Alright, I'm going to take a really quick break before we do this fight. Well... okay, now I'm going to take a really quick break. Hang on. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Vault us up first. Might as well try and clear out these zombie lords up front, but we're going to have to try and save Sociel, because that's going to be interesting. Ekin. What is that? Oh, that's right, you can empower spells. There's our main necromancer up there. That's our real problem that we want to get rid of. unfortunately, okay, we need to power up, get our bow working a little bit better. Let's do that. And let's target that guy. Missed. Oh no, we did 24. We killed the necromancer. Beautiful. That gets the necromancer out of the way.
Still fight. I failed you, friends.
Let's get our weapon charged up, ready for next time, and then we might as well move in that direction to be able to help him. Getting him to stand up is going to be risky. I don't understand why this stand-up button doesn't work. I feel like it should, because otherwise the way to stand up is I have to try and move somewhere, which is pointless. Okay, Lan, start decimating zombie lords, please. Thank you. He killed 3 somehow. I don't know how he's doing it, but I'm not complaining. Sealer. Beautiful shot. Thank you. Voltus. Voltus, Voltus, Voltus. Charge up on that zombie lord and explode him, please. Thank you very much. And Ekin, how about an acid arrow into him, please? Did it do much damage to him? He's about half health. Not great, but would have been worse. Beautiful. One more down. Lan, explode a few more, please. And you can't reach any of them, so just make your way up there as best you can. He hasn't been hurt yet, Voltus, so do something about it. Thank you. Very good. What was that? Oh, my acid arrow doing more damage to him.
You won't survive me.
Into the fray! No mercy for the wicked!
I surrender, stop, I give up, don't hit me. The young man in black robes throws up his hands in a dramatic gesture. You damned rat, how dare you? You scumbag, I remember you. You came to our temple begging for healing just a month ago. We fed you, we shared our table with you and took you in. Then I don't even know what I'm going to do to you. Stop it, I surrender. You're a priest of Shaylin. I surrender. So you have to spare my life. Your goddess demands it. Do you two know each other? do we? That's Nati, a tailor's apprentice from Canabras. We healed him after he was mauled by a dog, but then he became a frequent visitor to our temple. He listened attentively to our sermons, studied the goddess's teaching, and praised our art. Were you lying to our faces the whole time when we took you in? When you sat at our table? When we broke bread with you? Were you planning to stab us in the back even then? The whole time. Now you understand part of it. Let's dig into the rest. I was hoping to lure you to our side. It wouldn't have been hard. We are everywhere, even inside you. I think you know it too. You are not like all those pious devotees. You pretended to be, and maybe you fooled yourself, but we both see who you really are. You have the same demonic rage inside you. It's a pity I never had time to kindle it into a devouring flame, but sometimes you have to resort to a backup plan. Having you die at the hands of your dead friends was such a good idea. It's a pity it didn't work. Shut up. Sociel swings his fist but stops it in midair. His clenched fist trembles as he stares at the cultist with an expression of pure hatred. You want to kill me right now, don't you? But you can't. You're a good boy, Sociel, so loyal to your goddess. You'll have to let me go or commit a sin, so I win either way. Witness the genius of our Lord Baphomet. Ha ha. Your religion doesn't allow you to kill him? Yes, the Eternal Rose is known for her grace. She teaches us to show mercy to anyone who asks for it. It's one thing to slay an enemy in battle, but a captive you must try to save their soul, to show them the beauty of the world. Persuade them to abandon the path of evil. It's difficult, but the world is better for it. I'm just repeating your own sermon back to you. Come on, Sociel, try to make me repent my sins. Perhaps your kind words will make me abandon Baphomet's teachings, run to Shaylin for redemption, and start knitting some masterpiece of my own. Stop, Sociel. It's not worth breaking your goddess's vow because of filth like him. Thank you for stopping me. I almost broke my vows because of this. I had absolutely no idea there was so much rage in me. It's a shame, a disgrace, but I must admit that I enjoyed beating him. Forgive me for letting you see me like this. It should not have happened. You are my commander and he is your captive. It's up to you to decide his fate. I surrender. Here, take everything I've got. Just don't kill me. Scroll of Restoration Lesser. We'll imprison him. This is probably a bad idea. I could just be judge, jury, and executioner, but... It's alright, you're safe now. We should bury the bodies again. This is a place of peace, and we must not leave it desecrated like this. May the Eternal Rose grant them peace at last. Let's be on our way. We have many more innocents to protect from the horrors of this war. Go and sell those scimitar. Get a few thousand gold out of that. Oh, here we go. What's going on now? A message for the commander. I'm the Queen's bodyguard. She sent me to tell you she's arrived at Camp Incognito as planned. You can find her where the minor nightly orders are camped. Come if you wish to speak with her. Tell her I'll visit her when time permits. Certainly. What's that? Golden chain with diamonds. So where are the minor knightly orders? Oh, there's the queen. Hang on. Which way am I facing? Oh, yes, I know where she is. She's down over this way. Unless I read this wrong. As I promised, I enter the ranks incognito along with a few bodyguards. I've introduced myself as Kitrain, an old friend of yours. I am a knight of a minor order, the Green Crows. We shall see how long it takes Anevia to sniff me out. How does it feel living so long beyond all natural limits? You're over 100 years old, aren't you? I understand why you ask. We humans share this world with races whose life expectancy is much longer than ours. When I was young, I also used to ask every elf or dwarf I met how it felt to live 100 years. I shall answer thus. The decision to prolong my life was not mine. It was the decision of the Church of Iomedae. The Sun Orchard elixirs had been paid for by the Church. The priests determined that I was needed in these dark times, both as a ruler and a chosen paladin of Iomedae. I accepted their decision and the great responsibility it entails. Why did you entrust me with Daerin? I saw such a wonderful opportunity to teach the Count a lesson and I just couldn't resist. Honestly, I expect you to dismiss him forthwith. The Count would have been forced to return to court a laughingstock. It would have been a truly sobering experience. There is nothing more disgraceful for a Mendevian noble than to be discharged like that. He was such a lovely child. His mother, Lady Selena, was one of the most gracious people I've ever met. She was amiable yet decorous and truly kind. Bonds of kinship among the nobility are on the whole highly practical and only useful for forming alliances. But Countess Arunde managed to become a true member of my family. I suppose that is why I spent so much time believing her son to be a better person than he actually was. His company is a heavy burden. Still, I must admit that I am quite pleased that you decided to keep him on as a companion. There is a small chance that once he has had a true taste of the Crusade life, the Count will finally cease to mock the Crusaders as cynically as he is wont to do. Yeah, that's all we'll do for the moment. Don't forget here I am, Kitrain the Knight. Okay. Let's go back in here and rest because some of our companions need it after that fight. I am going to put that away. I don't think I need it. I would like another bag of holding, that is for sure. Let's rest. It's pointless. We don't know any recipes. Oh, someone got a level. We get a bonus combat feat. I'm pretty sure we already have armor focus heavy, so there's no sense in getting anything else there. Cleave. Might be worthwhile. Yeah, let's take Cleave. Anyone else? Why is he still so low on health? We are... I don't know what was going on there. Okay. Now everybody's back to full health. Very good. Magical anomalies are common in the world of Galarian, so common that they use the use of the word anomaly itself is questionable. A regular city dweller will encounter a chaotic manifestation of supernatural power at least once in their lifetime. One might naturally assume that the strange sky, the ghostly fire from the rifts in the ground, the rain of eyeballs, all that the world wound is known for should find some purchase in the mortal mind, but even the most worldly of travellers feel uneasy at its borders. Why? Perhaps instinctively they understand that this place is not merely a magical wasteland, but a wound and an ulcer through which the world itself bleeds into the abyss. The commander and his army walk up the high bank of the West Selen River, where it draws near the border of the world wound. The soldiers' feet halt unbidden. On the other bank rises a series of cliffs, too regular in shape to have been formed by wind or water. The sky hangs over their sharp edges and sickening bends, the shade of mercury on the horizon rising to dirty rust. As it arches over the soldier's head, it regains its former azure hue. The soldiers whisper and grumble. The commander's eyes feel upon his back. Somewhere among them, wearing simple armor and unrecognized by anyone, the ruler of Mendev is standing. Why is that highlighted? Okay. And watching the new commander closely. Commander gives a signal to wait and climbs to the highest point along the bank. There he decides to... fail the check. Not even going to read that. Let's go to the Houndheart campsite. Can't remember what was here. But it's on the map. We shall look at it. Perception checks. We're finally here. Alan and Curl must be around here somewhere, and Yana too if they gave her permission to leave. Ah, there they are. Greetings, Sealer, and greetings to you, Knight Commander. Alan is feeling a little shy. He thought he asked for help for a couple of nobodies like us, but now you've tuned into the saviors of Canabra's Knights of the Fifth Crusade, marked by Adama's blessing, and you still came to help him dig through a pile of junk. Let's not talk about it. I assure you I'm the same, Sealer, your friend from the League of the Cart, and we came here to help you look for Alan's ring. By the way, where's Curl? He didn't come with us. He said an old wound was acting up. All right, my friends, since we're here, let's finish the mission quickly. I really don't feel comfortable bothering the Knight Commander with my personal problems. What does the ring look like? The last time I saw the ring, it was with my things in my travelling chest. Now the camp's a total disarray. I don't know where we'll find it. The ring is made of a shiny silver metal with a deep blue-green jewel. You can't miss it. Master Derek is not just a jeweler. He's an artist. There's no mistaking one of his creations. A trinket worth several months' pay, hey, Ellen. The rules on the surface are insane. You should give your girls fried rats like we do. You'd save yourself a lot of trouble. Alright, off we go. Okay, so there's stuff up there. Let's just... Getting perception checks failed everywhere around here. This is the edge of the map. Okay. Torn Flag of the Hound Hearts, a small but noble order of crusaders. Ground is trampled and there are signs of battle everywhere. Melted shard of a ring. Okay. More loot there. Loot there. That's got to be it. Oh. Some sort of imp. Raysit, or whatever they are. A small Quizit demon emerges from the chest. It looks at you angrily, screwing up its ugly little face. It is hiding or holding a shiny object in its paw, a sparkling silver ring with a large... It's mine. Look at that creepy thing. What's it holding? I've seen one of those before. Those small demons like to tease and bully, but it's a little bolt if it senses any real threat. Let's surround it and tackle it all together before it can figure out what's happening. Mine. They're all right. They'll come round soon. Quickly, Drake. Let's catch the little rascal before it runs off with the ring. Where's he gone? There he is. Curl. Before Ellen manages to get to the Quizit, the halfling Curl appears right next to it, quite out of nowhere. He snatches the ring from the demon's paws. You mustn't get it. Curl, what are you... What's going on here? Thrusting herself between Ellen and Curl, Sealer barely manages to absorb the blow aimed at the halfling. Ellen, stop. Have you gone mad? He's using a summoning spell. Why did you stop? Get ready. We're on our own now. Really? I don't remember these guys being all that troublesome, to be honest. And I got plenty of power to back things up. Okay, that didn't do a hell of a lot of damage to him, but surely Voltus is going to do a big hit. Yes, he did. Very nice. Ekin. Let's power things up. Oh, that hell barely did anything.
Endure this.
The light, take you.
Okay, what can Harem do to power up his spell? That's right, he can use that. Sacred Weapon. That's a swift action. Enhance his thing, and then... Nice big hit. Very good. And then I'll use Shocking Grasp to finish him off. It's one down. Voltus, you can't quite reach him in one go, so take out the Quizit instead. Beautiful. Okay. Actually, let's try something different. Also, we need to set that. Yeah, that did more damage that time. That was good. Lamb, just go nuts. Well done. And again. Sealer.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
Good hits. Very nice. Harem. Done. So, their little halfling companion is some sort of... Ellen, what were you doing? Nearly cut down Curl without a second thought, without a trial, without even knowing if he were responsible for all of this. He might be a victim himself. What am I doing? He lured us into a trap. Curl was the only one who knew where we were going. He knew we thought there wouldn't be anyone at the camp besides some small harmless demon, so he set a trap. I wouldn't be surprised if his demon masters had him targeting the commander from the start. Talk about believing in the redemption of scoundrels. We barely know anything about what happened. Curl is a good lad. He's not a spy or a murderer. Maybe they threatened him, tricked him, or even bewitched him with demon magic. And now we'll never know because you let him escape. Better to let a thief escape than cut down an innocent. Yeah, you two, you need to calm down. You're both right in your own way. And anyway, what's been done can't be undone. We're lucky no one died, but who knows where Sealer's naivety may one day lead. Did you hear me, sister? You're not just another knight. Whatever you do may have terrible consequences. You clearly have something to say. Go ahead, then spit it out. Sealer, I don't want to say this, but I think of you as my friend, so I'm going to warn you. After what happened at the Grey Garrison, you're in serious danger, and maybe not just you. You might like to ignore military hierarchy and the rules of knightly orders, but there's wisdom in them that has stood the test of time. A soldier rises from a private to an officer. A knight begins as a squire. Even Aimede's paladins gain their abilities gradually, but not with you and the commander. You were granted incredible powers, far surpassing seasoned paladins with experience and skills far beyond your years. You've received this gift at just the right moment and saved a lot of lives across Mendev. That's a great deal that will be remembered for ages to come. But what happened next was wrong. They began to worship you. The Queen gave you such vast power, all while you sidestepped everything. Training, experience, hardship. This is not the first time. Her Majesty has behaved rashly, and how much good has this brought Mendev? I'm frightened by what I see, especially by the way that you, Sealer, trust people so easily and leap into adventure without looking. One day you'll lower your sword when you should have driven the blade home, just like thousands of bright-eyed youngsters after you. I wanted to tell you the same thing, Commander. I'm going to choose this lawful, even though I don't really want to. Okay, as I said at Sealer, I'll say it again. This wasn't a reproach, but a warning. The power you've been given, it may be your undoing and the undoing of all the Crusaders along with you. In any case, forgive me for wasting your time and subjecting you to danger here. Now at least we know that Curl is a traitor and Yana is a coward ready to abandon her friends when the going gets rough. I hope we'll all learn a lesson from these mistakes. As for that blasted ring, to hell with it. Kiana won't love me solely for the gifts I bring her. Everything's become very complicated all of a sudden. Please, Drake, let's go back, and I'd like to talk to you about it later. I have a lot to think about. Not until we finish looting. Ugh. Not much here, really, though. That's not bad. I heard a ping over this way as we were running. Yes, there. Is there anything else we missed in the camp? Over this way there was. That. There's that. What is that? Hat of Heartening Song. Whenever the wearer of this hat uses any song, this song also grants fast healing at level 1, fast healing 2 at level 5, and increases by 1 point for every 4 levels thereafter.
They will break against our resolve.
Good.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Alrighty, we're done here. Oh, we missed a gold ring. So, can we not sort of go back into the army camp option? Seems a little strange that we can't do anything about that now. Ooh, we have a path going off this way. I don't know where it would go. Conundrum Unsolved. Ancient ruins that Socorus inherited from the unknown builders of the Earthfall times. The Socorans dubbed this place Conundrum Unsolved. Scattered all over the walls of the ruins are numerous pressure plates, buttons, and levers, the purpose of which... Through the mist, you spot the flickering flames of a campfire. 3 figures wrapped in crusader cloaks are huddled next to it. A stout, smiling dwarf, a brash, dark-haired halfling, and a delicate-looking woman who appears to be very young. The crackling campfire is driving away the bleak fog and promising warmth and rest for tired legs. Noticing you, the halfling's hand jerked towards his weapon, then he relaxed. Hey, it's the commander himself. Don't just stand there, have a seat by the fire. It's a bit damp today, you might as well dry off at least. Look around and make sure this place is safe. Location for this camp was chosen wisely. It's safe and quiet here. No tracks in sight. The air is calm, but an odd feeling of wrongness lances through you like a sting from an angry wasp. Something isn't right. It's quiet here, all right, as the grave. I don't know why, but I don't like the feel of this place. It makes my scales stand on edge. Let's see if we can make this check. Who are you? Damn it. Frontline scouting party. Our senior sent us ahead to look for ambushes. Been walking all day, so we're making a bivouac. Go ahead, help yourself to some tea. It's an honor for us to be sharing a campfire with the commander. The dusty boots, the patched cloaks, and the mess kits lying next to the fire all mark these three as seasoned scouts. I never thought we'd run into such jovial company out here. I don't suppose you guys have anything stronger than tea in your canteen. What are your names? I'm Sergeant Vellum, the leader of this gang of daredevils. You can tell by Vellum's appearance that he's a fighter. He sports a nose that's been broken more than once, well-fitted gear, gutsy spark in his eyes, all the hallmarks of a feisty, courageous warrior. Why would you call our heroic squad a gang, Vellum? I'm Tran, foot soldier, cook, quartermaster, and the mother hen of this lot, and the one who set up the tent for Asti, given that she doesn't even have the muscle to drive a stake into the ground. I'm Asti, at your service, Commander. Aren't you scared camped out here in enemy territory? You wound me, Commander. I've walked many roads. I know a good spot for a camp when I see one. Even if a whole column of cultists marched by, they wouldn't think of checking this place. In the meantime, we would watch quietly and count every last one. You and your boasting. Well, it's obvious that something's not right. Let's sit by the campfire and see what happens. Well, since you're offering... You bet we're offering. Law Nature 24. I don't like my chances of making this check, but let's see. Where did you get such extraordinary tea? I can tell the commander knows more about cooking than some. It's cat's holly. I bought it from a merchant near Absalom. Worth every coin, though, eh? The name sounds very vaguely familiar, but you've never heard of it being used in cooking. You seem to recall it causes delirium. Apparently, being this far away from discipline of strict officers, the scouts decided to indulge in some happy dreams. Something's not right. Would you look at that? He didn't buy it. Enough of this masquerade then, everyone. No more games. The figures by the fire ripple and transform. Three grey-haired and thin and dark-skinned elves watch you with mocking sneers. Their twisted, grimacing faces look demonic. From the haze, more previously unseen shadows materialize. They all just as loathsome and unsettling. The campfire emits a sickly sweet, intoxicating smell, and in the squat kettle, you see some slimy mushrooms swimming in a disgusting boiling slurry. Who are you? Who are you? We are servants of Lord Dascari, and you are the pitiful insect that got caught in our web. Did you like sweet little Atsy? You want to play with her in your tent? How did I not see you for what you are from the start? Dumb paladin, you really think your ability to sense evil can't be fooled? Lady Anemora taught us long ago how to trick the likes of you. What was the point of this charade? Lady Anemora desires your head and will gladly deliver it. You think I am at your mercy? We'll see who the real prey is. I love it when prey tries to fight back. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so there's a Magus out there somewhere. think I heard them moving back there. They're both Drow Maguses. Ekin. Power up the weapons. And let's try and take out this Magus. Yep. That works very, very well. Drake. Let's do likewise. Shocking Grasp. Vellum is almost dead anyway, so this should work very well. Okay, critically hit from an archer up. Oh yeah, there's a crossbowman up there. Harem. Oh, damn it, I forgot he doesn't have charge. Alright, Bless is fine. And then move forward in support. Oh, he cast shield. I don't know why. Yeah, Voltus, smack him around. Very good. Sealer, finish him off. Well done. Lan. Actually, Lan, start with him. Oh, another Magus up there with Scorching Ray. He's not in range, so take out that one, please. Rigid touch. Voltus isn't going to be able to get up there. Sealer's not going to be able to get up there. Lan.
Endure this.
Oh, he's immune to magic missile. I'd like to know how he does that. Yeah, try and be immune to hold person then. Lan.
Make every strike.
Combat is finished. Very good. Well done, guys. We took a tiny little bit of damage, but really not much at all. What do we got? Some daggers, some studded leather armor. Really, this is all garbage. That's only temporarily enchanted. I'm going to take it all, but I don't think it's really worth it. That loot is junk. That's junk. Yeah, none of this was really worth the effort. Oop. Oh, there's another drow around. Make that another 2 drow. Well, damn it, you missed.
You've crossed the wrong...
Now that there's only one of you, you can't get sneak attacks.
Can't hide from me.
I've done that. I should have rested first. That's one of those abracadabras. Dead. That's a trap. Ooh, that's funky over there. Okay, maybe it's not a trap. Okay, I don't know what this is, but it looks weird. And dangerous. Is this like an outcropping of the world wound? Ooh, a cave. Make sure there's nothing else around. Slab with 2 white symbols. Stone slab with strange symbols. There is no magic in them, yet they are definitely unique. Their purpose is a mystery. It's obviously a maze type situation. Slab with white symbol. Slab with white symbol, slab with white symbol. So, what have we got there? We've got blue, yellow, red, yellow, blue. If that's important in any way. There is also over here some symbols that are a little bit hard to see under there. They might be relevant, and there's some more there. So, what's the deal with these? You have to decide which symbol to put in there. Why is it not including... Let's just do one of us here. Okay, the broken off pieces go in there, I see, and there's the broken off pieces that goes in there. And then we put one of those in there. We don't have the last one. So either there's something hidden here that I've missed, or you don't actually need oh, no? Okay, somehow that's worked. We've got them all in there. So... what is the problem? Okay, I see what's going on. It's a bit like dominoes. You've got to line up the right shape. And so what that suggests to me is that this piece here has to be laid in first. Now, these are technically different. So what we need is we need that hooky one, which sort of looks like that, and the looks like a pair of scissors type thing to go in here. It's really hard to make out. But I think it's that one. No, it's not. Well, it is, but it's around the wrong way. If I could turn it around to go in the other direction... Actually, maybe that's not right. I I can't see properly. Put that one in. No, it's definitely not that one. No, it's not that one. Definitely not that one. No, not that one. Come on, why is it not selecting the right one? It's so hard to see. No. Wish that hand would go away. Oh, I can turn like that. No, that is not the matching one. I think these go in the same position each time. So hard to be 100% sure. You don't have anything that matches. That's correct, that one, but that one that way is not correct. So, what is that going to do? That one is correct that way. That is not correct in either direction. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that isn't the way it's supposed to work. Because now there's nothing that matches there. Okay, so if I put the first one down, they do appear to always go in the same order. It gives me one that I can put there, and it gives me one that I can put there. So that suggests that that piece is possibly correct. If I take that out and I put the second one in its place, that gives me one that can go there, and it gives me one that can go there. So the second one could be correct, even though that doesn't match that. If I take that out and I put the third one there, there's nothing that can go there, and there's nothing that can go there. So that's definitely the wrong piece. And then if I put the last one there, there's nothing that can go there, and there's nothing that can go there. So we'll take that out. Let's just try putting the first one in, and then letting it choose the options there and there, and then there must be an option here, which is that one, and nothing happens because it is obviously not the pattern that it wants, unless there is some switch somewhere that I'm just not seeing. that I have to activate after I have done that. I don't think there was anything back this way. Does the map sort of show? No, the map doesn't really show anything. Standing there doesn't do anything. And we're not getting any sort of notifications that we're missing perception checks or anything like that. So it's got to be the order that they're put in. So let's grab them all up. We said here the second one was the other one that allowed us to put... No, it's not allowing me to do it now. Okay, so we want to make sure we're not using that one. Okay, I'm confused because I'm positive that the second one I said would work. Okay. I don't even remember if that's the one I tried last time, but let's try this again. There we go. It was easy, wasn't it? Simple puzzle, simple solution, but it's just the beginning. Its purpose was to awaken curiosity. Mortals are not meant to unveil the secrets of the universe and grasp the meaning of creation. But is this really so? The secrets of the universe will only be revealed to the most worthy of mortals. Prove yourself and be the first for whom all the secrets of the world are revealed. The heart of mystery is located west of here. Solve the puzzle and you will comprehend the forbidden knowledge. Who are you? What are you? Simple puzzle, simple solution. Comprehend the meaning of creation for the most worthy. I had a feeling that was going to open another door. And that was exactly where I expected it to be. Potions of delay poison. More elven notes. Some horse barding. And diamond dust. I gotta say, for all that effort, really didn't feel that worth it. We go. To the Heart of Mystery. Supposed to be somewhere to the west. It's also supposed to be located on the map somewhere. Ah, there we go. Moondance Meadow.
The light take you!
Why is Lane in that position? These two guys have swapped for some reason.
You won't survive me.
Gone.
Which health has he got left? Let's just use the snowball. What went wrong? Okay. Doesn't like you clicking on their portrait. How stupid is that? Yeah, I really want to redesign all of this. So, these are his spells here. Does he have... He does have that. Let's put that there. Put that there. Let's move that. That. Let's put charge down there. Cleave there. What's that one? Remove paralysis. No, that can go over there. These, oops. These are the ones that we're going to use in combat more often than not. Those are more support things. Right, much better. End your turn. You might even just lay hands on yourself, get your health back. Very good. And you can still attack. Very good. And we're done. Nothing to search there. Ooh. What did we get? Keen composite longbow +2. Oh, we'll sell that. What is that? Oh, that's right. We haven't been able to sell that yet. What is this? Cold iron. Okay, obviously we can craft something with that at some point. Some random junk loot. Okay. Is that really everything? I'm not even sure if there's anything up that way that we can get to. Yeah, we can. Oh, we can go around this. Okay. So really, that was it. What loot did we miss? It might be that. No? Oh, just a corpse there. I really wish there was a way like I want to sell stuff to the what's her name we had in camp, but I can't. I thought we were resting.
It's not that I miss the creatures from... But back...
What was the deal here? Interesting, dead dire wolf up there. Journer, or however you pronounce this, walks thoughtfully about the grove. He pauses in front of a tree, lingering there for some time. He seems to be examining something carefully. At the sound of your footsteps, he turns around abruptly. The anxious expression on his face quickly gives way to an amiable smile. Commander, it's so good to see you. It seems you've found time to visit our quiet backwater after all. Could be mistaken. Look like you were frightened by my arrival. Oh no, you startled me, that's all. My overactive imagination. I still can't get used to living in such a small village. The town where I grew up was a good deal larger, and it was located near a trade route, so there was always a lot of new faces and plenty of people bustling around. Here, though, it's different. The moment you step outside the village, you're all alone. You can walk for miles in any direction, with only the birds and animals for company. This is, of course, the way Rastal teaches us to live, but truth be told, it still makes me feel somewhat uncomfortable. Why were you looking at those trees? See for yourself. I keep He points to one of the branches and finds among the leaves, you notice a small dot made of grass and seaweed tied with blue ribbons. I keep finding them here in the grove. I think it's some kind of local ritual. I ask the villagers to tell me what it means, but they won't give me an answer. I just don't understand the reason for all the secrecy. How do you like living in the village? I'm getting used to the way of things. I still get the occasional sidelong glance from the locals, but that's not surprising. After all, I'm just some stranger who decided to show up without an invitation and settle down in the village. But the church warned us about this. Such caution is to be expected at first. I just have to do my best to earn their trust. I heal, I purify the water, I give blessings. Sooner or later they'll accept me as one of their own. It's so quiet here. War makes you forget what peace feels like. I understand my time in Canabras gave me a small taste of war. I only had to live through it for a few days, but I know the horrors I witnessed will haunt my nightmares for years to come. I cannot imagine how hard it is for those like yourself, soldiers who have given their lives to the cause. You've chosen to fight there in order to protect our peaceful and quiet life here. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. What do the locals think of Erastil? They're indifferent. They're pragmatic people who know. They're pragmatic people you know. They don't have time for theology. If old Deadeye helps them survive, that's good enough for them. You know, some priests get overzealous with sermons. They demand that people pray, observe all the rituals, make sacrifices, and then those priests, all holy and pious, g'day one Kiwi, are surprised when locals kick them out of the village right into the nearest ditch. I was taught differently. First, you have to prove your worth. You have to show them why you and your deity are useful. It's only after they begin to trust you and start asking questions about your faith that you can really share your belief. Then you can tell them all about old Deadeye and his teachings. Will you show me around the village? Of course, let's go. We'll get to meet the locals, see how we live. Maybe you'll even manage to get some peace and quiet, a temporary respite from the hardships of war. Don't know where we're going. I thought he was going to give us a tour, but guess not. What? Grey ribbon hangs from a branch. What a beast. We've got you now. Watch out for those huge teeth. Don't let them catch you. What's going on here? Why would they aim for her throat and belly? Fewer scales there. Why are they fighting a hydra? Don't be afraid, everyone. We've fought ones bigger than this. Damn it.
Into the fray!
Didn't even need to help. That'll teach you to mess with us. Something's got them all worked up. That's the second time they've crawled out this month. So let them come. It's not the first time and it won't be the last, but what's it matter? They can't hurt us and we can use their hides to make a lot of waterproof coats and cloaks. Markel, Malassa, I'd like to introduce you to someone. This is Drake, the commander of the Crusades. He's the one I told you about. A real hero in our little backwater. It was so nice of you to drop by. We've never had anyone so important come to visit. Heroic acts are important, but sometimes it's good to leave the front lines and talk to ordinary people living ordinary lives. Anyway, welcome to Chili Creek. I'm not some important guest, just a mortal like you. That's right, 2 arms, 2 legs, no horns or halos or fangs or pointy ears, just a normal human. But your reputation precedes you. Our priest here has told us so much about you we couldn't help but admire you. Hydras are usually far more dangerous. That beast was not at full strength. I can tell you have an eye for such things. Well, of course he does. He's the commander of the Crusades. He probably could have told you all that with his eyes shut. It's all thanks to our mother, Icy Rill. She takes care of her children, won't let anyone hurt them. She fills our nets with fish and drives away the monsters. That's right, and if she doesn't drive the beasts away, she'll weaken them so we can kill them and harvest their hides. Icy Rill, who's that? She's right here. Don't you think... Did you think that this was Selen? No, I'd take you half a day's rowing before you reach the river. It's big to be sure and very important. The Selen flows through at least a dozen countries. But where would the great Selen be if it wasn't fed by thousands of little streams and creeks, such as our dear Icy Rill? People of Chili Creek hold the river in great reverence. How can we not? Our whole lives are built around the river. From the wedding wreath we send down its streams to the funeral boat that floats away on the waters when the time comes. Our mother Icy Rill feeds us, gives us water, protects us. The gods are far away, but our Icy Rill is right here, so we treat her with respect. You two look very confident. Are you in charge? Well, how should I put this? Our village is too small for anyone to be in charge. We just happen to know a thing or two about using weapons, so if some nasty creature comes crawling out of the river, we give the orders. But when it comes to fishing or fixing nets, we'll be the ones following orders. We're not an army, and there are no officers here. We all live together, solve our problems together, and serve the Icy Rill together. Although, truth be told, it's only been in the last few years that people have really started listening to us. Before that, villagers kept to themselves, and no one wanted to go poking their noses into anyone else's business. When we first came up with the idea to start trading on the river, the other villagers stubbornly dug in their heels. But after money and goods began to flow into the village, they changed their minds. Yes, the village has been growing. We're getting to see all sorts of things we only had ever heard about before. The year before last, we had a fair, and people came all the way from Canabras to attend. Then a priest came, and we'd never seen one of them before in these parts. And now, who'd have thought, the commander of the Crusades? Assume you're related? Right, you are. She's my little sister, takes after our granny. May her memory never fade. She was always relentless, but couldn't sit still. And Melissa is just the same. She's always up to something. And you took after Grandpa. May the river silt be his featherbed. You're as brave as he was, and just as stubborn. How is life in the village now that you've got a priest? Not much has changed. He's a good lad. He does some healing, never bothers us with sermons. Why, he's even learning to fish in his spare time. He also knows a lot of songs, and when he sings it makes you want to sit and listen. Those grass dolls, they're nothing much to tell really. An old local custom. Just a ritual. The world wound's not that far away. Have you ever been attacked by demons? No, we've never seen any. Our mother Icy Rill keeps us safe. She would never let such abominations get near us. I have to go back to the front. I can't even imagine the nightmarish creatures you have to fight there. Have a swift journey. Villager. I don't get what the point of coming here was. This is the way we live out here. We're not wealthy, but things are at least relatively quiet. We've asked all this already. Except this one. When crusaders are near the world wound, they often experience nightmares when they sleep. Do you have any trouble with nightmares here? No trouble with nightmares here. The village is located on the outskirts of the woods. Perhaps that's why. Okay. I still help you. I mean, we just had to come here and meet what's his face. It feels like there's something else hidden here that I have to look into or something, but get ready for battle. It's that ferocious wolf, but how the hell do we even get up there?
Endure this!
There's another one. No? Because the other wolf we saw was, I don't know, up there somewhere. Okay. Battle's all over. I don't know what's going on here. This is all just confusing. Let's get out of here. Well, that's interesting. They've got a broken gate there. This probably goes up to where the wolves were. Yep, there we go.
Make every strike count. Yet another obstacle. You crossed the wrong mongrel.
Get in that. That though.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
Oh, daddy.
You won't survive me.
All right. Don't really know what the purpose of all that was, but anyway, we've done it. Let's head back to this entrance point and get out of here. Oh yeah, the Hydra might have had some stuff on it. Okay, so we're back in camp somehow. Commander, we've caught a suspicious lad on the road. He says he's an ally and desperate to talk to you. Who knows who he really is? The young man before you is trembling from his wounds and exhaustion. His boots are in tatters, and if he had any weapon or armor, he shed them along the way. His clothes are torn and his hair is wet, like he recently swam across a river. Blood oozes from the wounds on his chest and shoulders, and his skin is cracked and inflamed from the acrid waters of the world wound. Yaka is his name. Commander, the man breathes heavily, and the words emerge as a whisper from his dry throat. My squad ambushed beyond the river. Help. Give our guest some water and something for his wounds. The knight's wounds heal with the help of a magic potion. Taking a gulp of water, he catches his breath, snaps to attention, and begins again. Yanka Ankel, Hell Knight of the Order of the God Claw, under the command of Paralicita Regal Derange. Our squad is under attack by demons far surpassing our number. Without your assistance, we are lost. Hell Knights. They supported the Crusaders more than once in our battle against the demon. Despite their questionable reputation, we cannot abandon our allies in trouble. If they really are our allies, then of course, it's just, I kind of think that this isn't a knight at all. A real Hell Knight would be skinned alive for losing his infamous black armor. What we see here is a stranger without rank or insignia who wants us to march to God knows where. Kind of smells like a trap to me. The Godclaw. Many regard your doctrine as heresy, and for good reason. Loyal servants of Abadar adhere to the laws adopted by local authorities and do not try to impose rule of their own on the cities in which they live. Okay, Yanko, who is attacking you, and why can't you handle them on your own? Large creatures that attack from the air. Some are fighters, others are at a guess clerics with dangerous divine magic. They look like stone come to life. I am almost certain they are gargoyles. They fell upon us from the sky while we were setting up camp at our most vulnerable, and they caught our forces at partial strength. The Paralicita had dispatched some of our troops at as scouting teams. The flying beasts didn't fight us. They just fell on us from the sky, grabbed our fighters, and either took them somewhere or threw them to their deaths. We were unprepared for that. Where's your squad now? Not far from here, beyond the river. It's not far for a single fighter who abandoned his armor and weapons, but we can't get across the river so easily. We'll have to take a detour. Even if we can save anyone, it will seriously delay our offensive on Dresden and will give the enemy a chance to prepare. What do my companions think? Hell Knights, with allies like them, we've no need for enemies. If it suited them, they'd abandon us to the demons without a second thought. But we're not like them, are we? We have to save them. Looks like a trap to me, but even if he isn't lying, Dresden is our goal. If our offensive is delayed, we won't get another chance to retake the city. The Hell Knights are heartless executioners. Saving people from the claws of demons is a good cause in itself, but these people are doing everything they can to become just like the devils. Shaylin, forgive me, but I fear we should leave the Hell Knights to their fate and continue our offensive on Dresden. Do you recall Prelate Hulrun? Well, picture an entire army of soldiers just like him. Do we need allies like that? If they die, I shan't shed a tear. We should help them, but only if they join our forces in return. We could use some fresh blood. I don't know who these knights are, but if there are people suffering out there, then of course we have to help. It's what we came here to do, isn't it? The question has no scientific significance. What's interesting is how the water in the river, poisoned by the whirlwind, will affect this boy. With your permission, I'd like to examine him, or his corpse, in a few days' time. Abadar is wise and reasonable. He teaches his followers to obey the law, but his teachings are one-sided. He is too peaceful and sometimes tolerates. The storyteller was at the camp when I first got there, but then he left. Well, I believe he left. He doesn't appear in this thing at the moment. I don't know how to get back to camp is the big problem. Give me one reason why we should help you. The Hell Knights are formal allies of the Crusaders. I cannot make promises in the path of my command, but under the circumstances, you must be able to convince our Paralyster to join your army. Hell Knights in our army. That's just what we need. You know what? Throw him out. Yes, Commander, take him away. Oh, good. We're back in camp. Exactly what I wanted. Do I need to put anything away in here? I don't think there's anything. Oh, actually, I want to put the horse bardings away. And that, because I haven't sold that yet. That's more elven notes. That seems like it's important. The rest of that can be sold. Essentially, we don't have anyone who can use that. Yeah. Outside. Well, when I was walking along the road, I didn't know, whenever I wanted to stop and rest for the night, I was hoping that I could summon the camp, basically, and rest at the camp, and then go off, for example, to the quartermaster and sell stuff, but I didn't know how you do that. Hey, little one, they say you can do magic. Can you heal me?
Yes.
Of course. Thank you. That's so much better. How old are you? You're only a child. I have a granddaughter at home just like you. Oh, little girl. How did you end up here? What are you doing in the thick of it? Do they often come to you for help like this? Yeah, okay, whatever. Very good. Really wish. Oh, there are camping supplies and rations. What I really wish is that I could find some more bags of holding. Larger sizes, perhaps. I have a lot of money. I could afford it if he had such a thing. But I don't remember seeing anything. I doubt it's in ingredients, but we'll check everywhere just to be sure. No, it's not going to be here. I'm idling away the time. Okay, that was all I really wanted to do, was save that. We will go back and rest before we break camp. I want to put that away as well. How do I... There we go. I want to unset everybody. It's no good doing that. Okay, the commander becomes host to an anomalous force, and his dreams are filled with strange vision. He feels the space around him distort, and his sensory organs are flooded by false images bred by distortions of light and air. Reality itself tries to expel the commander into some dark tunnel. At the other end, a grim figure awaits. His body resists this crude attempt to wrench it from reality, but the unknown forces find a tangle in the commander's soul, one made of demonic rage and destructive desire. The stranger grabs at it and pulls like a hunter reeling in a harpoon. Troubled by the sudden intrusions, the dark and ominous force deep in the commander's soul answers with a menacing growl. The commander stares intently at the ghostly figure. Damn it! Okay, tries to understand what's going on. He needs a moment to figure this out. The commander is being summoned, transported through space by some magical force. However, the attempt did not succeed because the commander is not a spirit or demon, but a mortal human. The commander is surprised that this spell worked on him at all. He takes comfort. By force of will, the commander pushes his anger down as deep in his soul as he can. The attraction rapidly weakens in response, as if the mysterious enemy can no longer sense the commander and concentrate on it. The apparition receives the commander, whether it's really a nightmare. Okay. The thing that's really confusing about this is that when I first started traveling along the roads after I left the camp, you know, it seemed like it was just me traveling. It wasn't the whole army. So I started looking back at where I was and going, well, do I have to go back to the camp at the end of the day, sort of thing? And it didn't make it obvious that you had to do that. And then when I can't, then, you know, after I was traveling around for a while, I decided, well, I'm going to rest. Can I actually camp? What does that do? Expecting a creature. Can I actually, you know, set up the full camp and go and see people in the camp? And it's not obvious that you can. It's very annoying. Like, if I was expecting there to be an extra button on the interface to sort of say, oh, you know, you will... Ooh. Oh, they're just engraved bracelets. I expected there to be an extra button that was sort of like make an encampment for the army type of thing, as opposed to you just... Because it's unclear whether you're scouting ahead or whether you're just riding at the head of the army or what's going on. Yeah, it's not clear, Fortius. it's not clear that that's actually what you're doing. There needs to be something to make it a little bit more obvious, because in the past game, you know, in the previous game when you did something like this, it was just you are just your party off wandering around. Drake, you can hit him, so let's charge up your weapon and pull up a spell and go and hit him. Well done. Ekin. Unfortunately, Voltus can't get up there to attack this round, but we'll get close. Yes, Saint Salvius, I got just a +1 longsword for her because the weapon that she had wasn't actually enchanted. I don't know when. I'm assuming at some point that sword does get improved somehow. But it felt like it wasn't worthwhile attacking with it when it could be doing more damage. If she could be doing more damage and hitting more often if she had an actual enchanted sword. Come to my camp if you want to talk. I have much to share with you, a friend. Drawn on the back of the note is a map with crossed lines marking a spot. Okay. And here's the other thing, right? So, like, as I said, I assumed that you'd hit camp and there'd be some option to, like, because obviously that should be set up all the tents, do everything, and then you should wake up inside your tent and be able to go out, talk to the various people that you want. Mainly, I just want to go to the quartermaster and sell stuff. But then there's also this here, group manager. Now, from the previous games, the way that worked, from the previous game, I should say, from Kingmaker, the idea behind that was that you wanted to change the people who were in your party, right? And what was happening was you were out in the middle of the world somewhere, and you said, oh, I no longer want person A in my party. I want to swap them for person Z. And it would say, okay, it's going to take so many hours for that person to leave your party, go all the way back to the capital, and tell party Z to go and travel all the way to your group. So your group would just wait there in the spot that they were, and that would happen. It does the same thing here, but hang on a sec. We supposedly have an army behind us. That's why it's all confusing, because it says up here, party traveling. It doesn't say army. And there was some talk about there was something up in the interface that would allow you to do stuff, and I can't see that anywhere. But it says party traveling, and if you try and... it's going to take 7 hours to change the group. Why? Why will it take 7 hours to change the group when They're all behind me in the army. It should be automatic. So it's just really weird how I handle going to the camp. And maybe that's because I've got the whole army thing on automatic, which I can't change now. Once you set that, you can never change it. But yeah, it just seems a little bit weird. Danger and distress rest heavily upon the scales, their measured soaring on the dangerous march to Dresden. The army moves steadily along the bank of the West Selen, scarred with canyons and ravines. Suddenly a group of scouts return. Aniva, the leader of the group, makes 2 urgent signs to the soldiers. Wait and quiet. She dashes through the ranks to the commander who awaits her report. Yet more, saying that, yep, I'm at the head of an army. We're in trouble, the girl wheezes. The road ahead is split by a canyon. To get to Dresden, we have to go down and then up the other side, but the canyon is swarming with foul creatures. Vescivores, a real pain in the neck. They won't shy away from our soldiers' weapons, and they've already managed to gobble someone up. Looked like a caravan of refugees from Canabras that lost its way. No one has ever reported Vescivores so far from the center of the whirlwind. Where did they come from? Aniva bites her lips. They still haven't noticed us, but that won't hold true for long. Maybe if we retreat quietly. The commander makes a sign for her to stop. Okay, well, what it should do... Right, the base cam only moves when you get to those towers. Okay, there should be more to explain that when you're in automatic mode. And it should have something on the map showing the position of the army. If I'm on the map and moving around, it should show where they are. Because I wanted to go back to them and go back into the camp and sell stuff is my main thing. Because at the moment, the only other option I would have would be days worth of travel to go back to Canabras and try and sell stuff there. Let's convene a council to determine a plan of action. The commander and his companions convene a field council. The army cannot march around the obstacle, for there is no other road. Retreat is far too risky. Should the swarm notice the army and catch it out in the open, no one will survive. None utters the word trap, but fear hangs in the air. A swarm of omnivorous beasts just happens to be in the army's path. Someone has arranged this for their own nefarious ends. Rustling, grating, squeaking, humming, everyone hears the voice of the swarm through the sky before the army remains clear for now. How long until it's darkened by the flying swarm of the abyss? An idea, a decision straight and sharp like a soldier's appears in your mind. The Crusader Council goes grim. One unit must act as live bait to lure the swarm out of the canyon and clear the path to the Vescivore Queen. The commander will rush the monster, killing her quickly before the swarm decimates the army. They will get but one chance. A dark question looms. Who will lead the fateful squad and be consumed as bait? In moments of extreme stress, one often says one thing while meaning another. Those hidden wounds often reveal many a curious thing. And what do we see here? Arabeth notably states, I'm an officer best suited for the mission, but in truth she means I cannot burden another with my responsibility. Drake, send me. Nura the historian emerges from an unexpected situation from behind the commander's back. This is just the sort of situation where ingenuity and knowledge of the enemy will be more useful than swords and armor. While she speaks, she thinks, I need to prove myself. The Queen has yet to disclose her presence and watches quietly from a distance. The commander thinks that he should look into the faces of his companions. I've eaten so many bugs in my life, it's only fair to give them a chance at revenge. The mongrel land hides his fear. I'm a dead man walking already. Sacrifice me or give me a chance to prove myself. The ones who are distracted, the swarm will need a healer. The only one who speaks plainly. A healer might bring a few through the Vescivores alive. The rest of the council remains silent. Let's try Socil. The commander and his party disappear among the rocks, preparing to slip down into the canyon while the swarm is distracted by their bait. A tight-lipped Aneva shows the way. Behind them, the final preparations are being made. Sociel's eyes grow cloudy for a moment. There are few creatures as abominable for a follower of Shaylin as Vescivores, devourers of flesh and destroyers of matter. This trial will not be easy. The soldiers tread fearfully down the road towards the dark edge of the canyon ahead. The rift that yawns open before them whispers, rasps, rattles in thousands upon thousands of voices. Vescivores gather below, but the sky is open above them and the flying creatures might rise up and attack at any moment. The soldiers soon find the first body, the mangled corpse of a refugee from Canabras. A few straggling Vescivores wriggle inside the dead man's gaping chest, tiny larvae in greenish shells, all shuffling legs and hinging jaws. They don't seem menacing at all, but then the rasping noise stops for a moment and a high vibrating note pierces the air. With new force, a blur of a blackish green cloud rises above the canyon. The swarm has taken the bait. The time to act has come. The leader of this faithful squad shouts that they shall scatter. The soul of Shaylin's cleric quivers at the sight of the shrieking green cloud of foul beasts blocking out the sun. Solon commands his people to scatter in the blind hope that at least some of them might survive, but such a vast swarm can easily cover many victims at once. The Vescivores fall from the sky, buzzing clouds. Solus tries to heal the wounded, and power flows from the cleric in waves, but alas, many of the soldiers have run too far away from him. Their dying screams here and there turn into muffled grunts. The Vescivores don't hesitate to dive into the mouths of the dying and devour them from within. Only a handful of those who remained near the cleric are still holding on, covered in a carpet of Vescivores. The rasping, mumbling, and buzzing of the swarm paralyze the soldiers' will. Poisonous mandibles cut through their armor and bone. The swarm could scour an entire city from the face of Galarian. These modest forces present no obstacle. No matter what strategy the mortals choose, it is impossible to resist the eternal hunger of the abyss. Vescivores are its embodiment, no malevolent mind or terrible monster, but a million of half-sentient creatures who know no goal but destruction, an effective weapon for those prepared to trade fertile soil for wasteland. A chance yet remains for the commander to save his people, at least some portion. What will the commander do? Lots of light and shadow dance along the walls of the canyon. High above your head, a swarm gathers dark as rain clouds. There are so many Vescivores that they block out the sun. Luckily, you've escaped the attention of the swarm, which is focused upon the troops we're using as bait, for now at least. Commander, the beast we've come for is on the other end of the main corridor. There are a lot of burrows and plenty of beasts in them, but you better not delve too deep. Our people won't hold out long enough for us to clear the whole area. On the other hand, I saw bodies of some poor caravaneers down on one of the side holes. They have some valuable stuff on them. The bugs will eat anything we don't grab. They can't tell the difference between flesh and steel. Can you tell me anything useful about the monsters? I never fought these before, so I don't know much. She's a nasty beast. She spits acid and summons her spawn from all around the area. One more thing, when I tried to get closer, I started feeling sick as a dog. I guess, like a lot of demons, she knows how to get inside your head. Well, great. Huge, hungry, head-spinning, acid-spitting bugs, and I thought the Crusades were all about the pretty armor and the tasty rations and sometimes saving beautiful maidens in white dresses from dumb demons. Let's move. Good luck. I'm right behind you, covering your back. I'll catch up when it's time to deal with the Queen. No, we're going this way, I believe. Ready for battle. Okay, we've got to try and take out these little swarmy groups as quickly as possible.
Make every strike count.
Damn it. I figured they might be immune to magic missile. Problem is that I can't actually attack this round, which is why I don't want to move forward. Okay, let's move. Blood trail goes that way. That's a royal guard.
Did we find trouble? No, they did.
I don't need that in there, but I do need that. Good. Almost dead.
The wrong mongrel. Your performance is lacking. You are lacking.
Quick save. Okay. Not clear which way to go from here, but I think we'll go this way. The bottom of the canyon is split by a narrow crevice about one stride across at its width at its widest. It's easy enough to jump over, or in places even step across. The obstacle doesn't seem a problem, but as you draw close you hear a terrible sound coming from the crevice. It seems to be howling as if it's alive. We don't have time for this. I know that's probably one of the caravan guards. Is that the queen? That's the queen. Huge runic circle has been drawn on the rock, probably with blood.
Did we step on their toes as well?
No glory without risk.
You won't survive me.
Failed to overcome spell resistance, that's fine. Yeah.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
Okay, and Eva's helping. For various definitions of helping.
Endure this.
Our, Unleashing her last shriek, the swarm queen slumps to the ground. Immediately, as if by magic, The distant sound of battle begins to subside. Several small beasts sit on their mother's body, sinking their mandibles into it. The canyon drowns in the waves of scent, a sweet sulphuric with a hint of bite, like the crackles in the air before a storm. I can't breathe. I need some fresh air. Get me out of this disgusting hole. Mongrels in the caves under Canabras can eat that, I guess. Just a brainless bug, and so many of our people died because of her. Just yesterday I was sitting by the fire with some of the people the swarm devoured. Suddenly Aniva stops. Her nostrils flare and her eyes scan the floor and the walls of the canyon. She squats, pokes at some lumps of slimy substance, lifts some up to look at closely. You smell it too, right? A suspiciously familiar stink. I bet my life that your gear has this nasty stench when we were entering the cavern. I saw the queen bug spraying it around to summon her spawn to her. Let's see if we can find the source of that smell among my equipment. A thin handkerchief. Looks like it is soaked in something like the swarm queen's slime. I'll be damned. When the queen was spraying this sweet-smelling goop around, the swarms flew to it like flies to jam. The chewed-up bodies of the caravaneers smelled like this too. I checked. Commander, I think some rat planted that handkerchief on you to ensure the Vescavors would find you. Looks like I have enemies in Mendev and someone decided to get rid of me. True, nobody likes upstarts. If you knew what Erebeth's allies hissed behind her back when she was appointed to the head of the Eagle Watch. Anyway, we need to keep our eyes open. The handkerchief could have been planted here by magic, but take it from a professional paranoiac. I think we've got a rat in our camp. In Canabras, we squashed the cultists time and time again, but they were like maggots in a dead hog. Some could have infiltrated our forces too. We have to keep our eyes open and our guard up. It's time we got back to our people. I say we destroy the queen's body. I've heard the little bugs who eat the flesh of the mother can be reborn as swarm queens themselves. That's the kind of last thing we need, right? Fine, get rid of the beast's body. Great. Cleaning up after a fight is just what I like. We'll start here and little by little we'll clean up the entire world wound. Aniva, Commander, what a relief. You're alive. I saw the swarm begin to thin and ran to you immediately. Drake, I made a terrible mistake and I failed as a leader. So many perished. May Shallan keep their souls. I'm glad that's over. What happened up there can't be described in words, but you were the one who carried the Dale, Drake. Luckily, our losses are not so great as we feared. Not many are even wounded, but if you've been a moment later, I'm afraid to imagine what might have happened to us. Unfortunately, the insect's acid ruined what was left of the caravan. Of course, I sympathize with those who perished, but we could have used their gear. I couldn't let my people die while I was looting them. Yeah. Okay, since you're here, please take a look around. I found some painted ruins and traces of something that seems like a ritual. We need to figure out what this is. So it's going to be that the bug was summoned. For sure. Easily done. I'm no mage, unfortunately, but I'm in the habit of thoroughly documenting all descriptions of rituals and symbols from magic books, especially demonic ones. Someone very recently opened a portal to the abyss here and summoned someone. It's not difficult to figure out who they summoned. She's lying dead right there. I can guess who carried out the ritual. Handwriting is unique, even when it comes to ruins. I examined the Grey Garrison after your success, documenting everything I found for Queen Galfrey. I'm sure that the hand that drew the rune circles was the same in both instances. It was the work of the same spellcaster. Clever, to set a trap and exhaust us instead of fighting openly. We shouldn't be afraid of demons. We lived through this little trap, didn't we? We'll overcome the next one too. We just need to keep forging ahead. Well, since we've figured out the swarm and we know someone is giving us trouble, I suggest we get out of here. I'm done with bugs. Yeah, I don't want to go down. Although maybe I should. Nah. Let's just get out of here. Yeah, there's probably the caravan gear here, but I really just want to get out. Is there anything over this way? No, let's stick to the path we know. Yeah, I could get all the loot, but no, we'll leave it at that. Why do I have my weapon out? There's that mysterious elf again. Who was that elf you're talking to? Don't remember if I have much to sell. Lost too many good men. Spirits are low in the camp. Some soldiers can't shake off the horrors they've seen. Others are mourning their friends. What if we held a wake, lit up the bonfires, poured some wine, raised our cups to do the troops a world of good? Sure. Right, I think I'm going to leave that here for this episode. Got work in the morning after all. Thank you everyone for joining me. Am I solo? I'm not sure what you mean. No, I'm not playing. I do have a party. Just that while I'm in the camp, it's just me. I should rest though to make sure that everyone's healed up before we finish. Yeah, we'll leave it here for this episode. Thank you everybody for joining me. I hope you enjoyed. Yeah, some stuff is a little confusing about this. But so far, as long as I can keep just adventuring and not having to worry too much about the whole army side of things, it's not too bad. So, yeah, I hope you'll join me for next time where we will continue on. Thanks a lot and see you next time. Bye now.